Wait, you started a hype train? Jesus, I'm fucking blind. But welcome in, guys. How was your weekend? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans are you up to? What shit did you set ablaze? Wait, why didn't it give me an emote for the hype train? Maybe you have all the ones from like early on? Maybe? Question mark? Question mark? Who knows? Who knows? I don't. You have 8 Marin? 8 whole Marin? Damn. Are you willing to trade? I have like 16 Segis over here. I just keep getting them at a boost packs.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
Ordine, what the hell is Tindera? Hi, Cresta. How are you doing? Hi, Low Needs. Welcome in, guys. Why? What the fuck are you extending a silent letter in the title? Because it's funny. Shut up. Totally doesn't go to fix it. Totally doesn't go to fix it. I should have actually, I forgot that I usually call these days Murder Mondays. And at the time when I was writing the title, I was like, I don't remember what I usually call these. Okay. Fuck it. I'm more clever than that. I'm more clever than that. Is the... Oh, gotcha. The geos. Okay. Because we kept fucking talking about spectrobes in the Discord yesterday. I just woke up. I'll get back to you on that one. That's understandable. That's understandable. Yeah, I get up early in the morning and I go to the gym on Monday. I was so goddamn tired this morning. I'm talking like the kind of tired where when you wake up and your eyes are just like, nah, just close those bitches. Close those bitches. Well, not to the VOD users. What do you mean? Oh, it's not going to change the title for the VOD users? Yeah, probably not. Probably not. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Who does anything with VODs anyway? I say totally not seeing every single one of you that watches the VODs. There's a lot of y'all. There's a shockingly large number of people that watch the VODs. Yeah, VOD watchers rise up. Because it never occurred to me that how many people would actually like essentially use Twitch like it was a like YouTube, where they could just come back and like watch stuff anytime. I really like the like direct live interaction that comes with streaming. They don't get a Murder Monday? Apparently not. Apparently they do not get a Murder Monday. What the fuck is this? Wait, is Elder Scrolls remaking Oblivion? Is Bethesda gonna remake Elder Scrolls Oblivion? I hate that. I hate that wholeheartedly. Too stinky! Chat, get the gas masks. Get your gas mask on. But I don't think I have anything in terms of some news besides that the Pope is dead, which is even funnier because he died like, was it the day of or the day after that he met JD Vance? And I promise you, the memes for that fucking write themselves. Mary needs a shower. I took a shower before stream. I always shower before stream, even though I didn't go to the gym today. I'm going after stream, and I have to do a quick workout because I have a tabletop thing tonight too. I showered last night because one of the kitties had fleas. Oh, fleas. Oh. Please tell me you bathed the cat too. Please tell me you broke out the fucking shampoo. Antichrist confirmed. Oh no, he didn't say please and thank you. Getting all buff? Gotta. You gotta. In the year of our Lord, 2025? Huh. Oh. Cobblestone generator, but in 4K? Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Not my cat, and it was like 7 weeks old. You still need to bathe the cat. If there's fleas, Carrie, you're supposed to respond accordingly. You little fucking psycho. How could you? Oh my God. The Pope didn't have a suit on. I saw somebody making that same meme that like JD Vance yelled at him for not wearing a suit. I'm not sure my aunt will bathe the cat. She's a breeder. Is she like an official breeder of some kind? Or is this like at-home breeder? She's probably an absolute fucking bitch about it. Okay, that still doesn't answer the question. Does she breed cats out of her house? And does she have a nice facility, or is she one of the places where she's doing it out of basically a trailer? I wish I was joking. I've been to a breeder that like advertised the fact that they were like a dog breeder, and the place that they kept the dogs in was an old trailer home that like the floor had rotted out of already, and they just covered it in plywood. And it smelled like hell. The floor looked like it was falling apart. And as soon as we walked in there, I stood in the lobby and I leaned over to my dad and I was like, we need to leave. Okay. And we turned right back around and left. She lives on a huge ass farm. Okay. Is she a good breeder? Is she a good breeder? And I don't mean like she makes like the purest of bread of rag dolls or whatever. That is not Carrie. Carrie, why do you do this to me? What did I do to deserve this? Why must you harm me in this way? No, you're not, Ember. You and I both know that. No, you are not. Don't you sit here and lie on the internet. Tons of animals on the farm. The farm animals make sense. Cats, ghosts, chickens, and rabbits. Rabbits. Hi, Demas. Welcome in. How are you doing? But I was looking around and for like more news or anything. And unless we want to bag on a like Republican state, I think he's a senator, that I found earlier today. I think his name was like Jack Kimball or something. And he made several dumbass posts, but I want to make fun of one about beef because it's hilarious. And I showed it to Faye and Sai earlier. Let me see really quick. So that's not it. That's not the one I'm looking for. There it is. Okay. Okay. Chat, I want to know your opinion on this. I need your opinion on this, actually. I need your opinion on this. This is a requirement here. Say hello to Representative Jack Kimball. I'm aware that China has cut off importing our beef. We aren't the only beef supplier in the world, but China isn't the only huge country either. If we're going to pivot from us, then we should do the same and start selling more of our beef to India. What do you think? You think it's a good idea? You think it's a good idea to sell beef to India? You know what? Go ahead. I'm sure that will be a great idea. I'm sure they'll buy tons of beef. Oh yeah, Ordain. Oh yeah, no. It gets even worse. So he didn't know this at the time. He didn't know this 5 days ago. He didn't know this. He posted shortly after this that he had been made aware of it, and this is what he decided to do. Actually, don't read that. I want to know what y'all think he tried to do first. I want to know what you think he fucking pitched next after he found out that India thought cows were holy, that cows were sacred to the Hindu religion. Double down? Technically correct. Pork to Pakistan? That'd be hilarious. No. It is basically doubling down, but it's worse than that. Okay, I may have misspoken. It seems exporting beef to India is going to be tough with certain Hindu beliefs. However, instead of selling our cattle that way, what if we ransomed it off? How much would India pay if we'd let it go? They want to ransom cows. Oh, he came up with this idea after he found out that people think cows are holy. And his first thought was, how can I extort these people? That's insane. That's fucking stupid. Because one, we know they're not going to actually release the cows. They're either not going to release the cows or they're going to in some kind of like performative video where they show like releasing the cows like into the foothills of some country state here. And then what you're not going to see is them recapturing the cows and taking them to the slaughterhouse anyway. Like, can you imagine how much they would make somebody pay to ransom a cow so that they wouldn't sell it at markets? And then that person would probably have to make sure they never come back just to take the fucking cow again. And this is 4 days ago. This was 4 days ago. Okay, hold on. I'm not concerned because this is just the trending. This is our current. Oh, nope, that didn't. Oh, was this thing? I was like, what the fuck is this? Oh, right. I forgot he has a book. He has a book called Detective Jesus #1, Thou Shalt Not Kill. I don't think this man is worth ever considering. How many enemies can we make? RFK talking nonsense. JD chewed him out. Wait. And my guess is JD chewed him out for not wearing a suit and his heart couldn't take it. Amazing. But this man posts like Grums level shit. Like he just goes and goes and goes. Wait. Oh, okay. He also does take the piss on occasion with like the White House. Those aren't even my suitcases. I hate to tell you, sir, this is an AI generated picture of you. None of this is real. He can't even fucking tell. Tim Pool strikes again. Of Grums. This guy's not nearly as bad. There are politicians out there that are worse. I promise you. There are politicians out there that are worse. There's so much worse. I clicked the wrong button. No. He's not the political version of Grums. The political version of Grums would be like, actually, I know what the current political version of Grums is right now. I'll show you, chat. I know exactly who the current political version of Grums is. Chat, are you ready? It's the official White House Twitter page. The official White House Twitter page is the political equivalent of Grums. This fucking page is a goddamn... This is the official one, mind you. This is the one that has existed since Twitter existed and is where, like, some staffer from the White House is supposed to tweet out things. And it's just... Like... They sometimes post stuff that's, like, normal, like you would expect, where it's, like, scenes from, like, special events. Like, all these are going to be fucking... Yeah, like, he's gonna be retweeting all the news responses. Like, there was some stuff in here that I was... Because at one point, this was the place... Oh my god, y'all censored me. How could you? So they're correct. Oh god, let's see. The thing is, though... Oh my god. We're only 2 hours in. This whole time I've been scrolling, and we're only 2 hours in. Okay, I have an idea. Let's do this instead. Let's go to their media tab. And let's find... Holy Week? My ass. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? The thing too is a lot of the stuff that they repost and everything are like... Washington Examiner is an extremely far right article that tends to generally just make shit up. They may have... Hold on, how far in are we? This is the 7th. I'm pretty sure we passed it. Oh, of course, there's this. When they were fucking taking their own pictures and then AI generating them into the Ghibli shit. It does look like they deleted the ice one though, because it probably would have been around the same time as that one. But yeah, it looks like they delete all the ones that they get in fucking trouble for or get called out on, thinking that they could just get, look at this fucking schmuck. Ugh. Wait, did he just call him Little X? Little X? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What is your obsession with X? But yeah, it looks very much like they also, here's them doubling down on this dude's fucking finger tattoos. That's a weed leaf, that's a smile face, that's a cross, that's a skull. That is, and in which way does that convey MS-13? Also, what is this about? Okay, this is just Easter setup stuff. Elon's obsessed with X. He never really has been able to let any of them go. I mean, he wanted to make PayPal X at one point. I do remember that. Oh, if you want to see how performative it is, here's their one fucking Passover post. This is the White House's single Passover post. And then everything past here. Oh, you're fucking joking. Okay, this is the other section underneath. I was very concerned by what he was portraying here. Hold on. I don't need these right now. Is that? I swear I recognize this from something. I want to say this is the old part, or like a Readtron thing of like an old ransom video. I think these three guys were executed. Nightwish, let's go. Hi, Rafe. I think these were the guys that got like, I think they were beheaded. I don't remember for sure. But I think this is from the 2010s, if I remember right. But regardless, I wonder where he got that piece of art. But like the rest of this is Easter. What is this? Okay. The number of times that their posts are literally just taking Donald Trump tweets and slapping them on pictures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's this Instagram? I think this is Instagram. Yeah, Instagram. 6.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Anyway, I don't want to keep doing this. That was actually kind of cool. Just from NPR just now, White House beginning search for replacement for Pete Hegseth. Secretary of Defense? Uh-oh. Said to have shared attack details in second signal chat. Ah, that's right. He was the one that was using the fucking group chats. Oh yeah. OpSec's totally clean there, bud. You're good. You're perfect. Don't need to worry about it. Totally got tired of whiskey leaks. Whiskey leaks? What is whiskey leaks? What is whiskey leaks? I have no idea what that is. Also, hold on a second. Okay, there we go. Yes. Trump definitely thought it was a good idea to invite the El Salvadorian president, who is essentially cracking down and arresting anybody he fucking can just so that he can fill his super expensive prison. Oh, wait, I found it. I found the corrected article. It was still here. Here it is. Senator meet with, quote, wrongly deported, cut off Maryland man, apparently MS-13 illegal alien who's never coming back. fixed it for you, New York Times. And by the way, who's this? Oh, Senator. Okay. The Maryland senator that was trying to get him back. That's right. You were talking about DUI hire? DUI hire. Amazing. Amazing. Is he? Oh, interesting. Listen, how many politicians do you think are actually known alcoholics? That number, I guarantee you, is significant. I promise you that there is a significant percentage of politicians that are alcoholics. I bet most of them aren't even sober when they come in the morning. I know Boris Yeltsin. Churchill was famous for his alcohol consumption. Correct. Correct. And if they're not drunk on the floor, I bet they have an unhealthy relationship with the bottle when they get home. But yeah, this was one of the fucking posts that this. Jesus, dude. Jesus. Like, this is shit that like fucking grifters and reactionaries do. It's almost hilarious if it wasn't so dystopian. Oh yeah, I mean, I think weren't most Soviet Russians at the time fairly heavy drinkers? Were most people around that period? Wasn't there a period where it was a little easier to get like vodka than almost any other fluids? I forget. Or I don't know. I probably don't know. Heavy drinking's my favorite hobby. I do not like heavy drinking. I drink very rarely. Wasn't 80% of the drinks there just vodka? I don't know. I actually don't know. I want to say there was... No, is it Germany that considers beer like a soft drink? Fun fact, you prefer drinking Georgian wine over vodka? What makes Georgian wine special? I'm curious. You heard it? No, I almost only drink water. I have water and I have like Gamer Steps, but I don't have Gamer Steps today. I don't have any Gamer Steps today. That's right, he was. I was just curious if like Georgian wine was made different than like regular, any other kind of wine. But it does make sense that he would be fond of his home country's beverages. Europeans at 21 stopping drinking beer. Americans at 21 starting drinking beer. Yep. Yep. The weird thing, that's another thing though, is when it comes to Americans drinking, our like late legal age and our weird glorification of being able to drink. You mean you didn't use code Dark Audible at GamerSup for that 10% discount? Nah, bitch, I did. I did. He spoke with a distinctive Georgian accent. Ooh. There's a lot of accents out there that like I probably wouldn't be able to pin. Cause like I get languages wrong all the time. I've gotten an Eastern European language confused with Italian before. Oh, what the fuck is this? Propaganda. Oh god, more propaganda. Who the fuck is this ballerina? Okay. That mix-up has Romanian written all over it. I think it was, but I don't remember for sure. Listen, it happened the other day and I was like, oh, that's embarrassing. Because it sounded like really... What's the word? Flowy? That's the only way I can think to like describe it is it sounded really flowy to my mind. And I was like, it sounds kind of like Italian. Listen, we were watching what were we watching? Oh, I can't remember. I just remember hearing a guy talk and I was like, is that Italian? He doesn't look Italian. And then I think it was Faye who was like, no, that's something else. And I was like, oh, shit. Damn it. Botched it again. Oh, then these are just a bunch of the fucking supposed investments by companies. GE Aerospace. Oh no. They're going to make more refrigerators. 500 billion invested by SoftBank, Oracle, and OpenAI. That's money that they don't have and money that I promise you they are hemorrhaging if they do have it. This is bullshit. These are made up fucking numbers. Oh my God. For the NVIDIA panel he has, it's just marked as hundreds of billions invested by NVIDIA. I mean, we don't live there. I wouldn't expect someone from Vienna to pick out a Texas accent versus Alberta. That's probably true. That's probably true. That makes sense. I just tend to feel bad when I don't like recognize the language, because then I'm like, well, damn. Drive a car, buy a rifle, die for your country at 18, but a beer is too much, so you have to wait till you're 21. It's also that we have like this weird like glorification of hitting 21 and being able to drink, which is another thing that I think, like, what's the word? Kind of, like perpetuates a decline into alcoholism for like a lot of Americans, because smalcohol, yeah, smalcohol and schmalcoholism, practicing for the quiz shows. Quiz shows? I never get invited to quiz shows. I've only been on a quiz show, I think like there was the one where I got like, where I like won and got the prize thing. Schmodka. Oh no. Schmudhauser. Schmores. Baron goes on the chase. What is the chase? The chase. Hi, Coco. Coco. Oh, okay. I thought she was just limping for a second. I got very concerned. Because it looked like she was limping. Oh, this is a UK game show, isn't it? Oh yeah, this is where the Beast is from. Oh no, I think the American version of the chase. Mark Labbit. Yeah, there he is. The Beast. Yeah, I think Mark Labbit was from the American version of the chase, but I don't think it lasted very long. Smuse me smear. Schmell schmush shmee schminty schmoan. What? Huh? Big trivia, big cash, big obstacle. Amazing. Shma? Christ, no. I mean, I have been on Jeopardy. I was on Jeopardy like back around high school. It was pretty fun. It was very enjoyable. But Oh my. Hi, Zero. Welcome in. The schmearin tastes like schmearin. Why does that sound like when somebody's like gets a bagel and they're like, would you like some schmear? Yes, I'd like some schmear. Give me some schmear, please. I would very much like some schmear. Was good? Hanging out. Yapping, doing some nonsense. We'll be moving over to Dishonored 2 in about like 20-ish minutes. How's vacay? I would not say it's a real vacay. The title's more of a joke because Dishonored 2 takes place on an island. Takes place on like what is it? Sarkonos, I think is the name of the island. So I was making a bit on like the characters basically going on vacation. Open fire. Who gave Ordain a gun? I don't think that gun's actually loaded. I think it's just blanks. We do be unrespecting these fools too. Good. Absolutely. Do what must be done. We're going on vacation. No, we're not going on vacation. I'm sorry. No vacation. Oh, thank you. What the shit is this? God damn it, Morin. Sorry, Morin made a not safe for work post and it's not tagged, it's not covered. For DVD since the Tokyo Ghoul thing came out. And it is certainly interesting. But oh my. Yes, Yes, Hex, you missed. Never get to vacay at the carnival. I haven't gone on vacation since, like, technically, I think college. That weekend I went to New Orleans for my birthday and none of my friends wanted to go with me. So I went and partied in New Orleans French Quarter by myself. I was aiming for chat. Oh, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Listen, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes a lot more sense, actually. But oh, that's a song. Okay, I was confused. I was like, what am I looking at? I've been on vacation in 24 years, so I feel you. Simon, I could have swore you told me you went somewhere like in the last 2 years. Or am I getting you mixed up with somebody else? Maybe I'm getting you mixed up with somebody else? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, in terms of news, there's not much else going on besides the typical burning hellscape. If y'all missed over the weekend, let me think. What all did I do this weekend? Jesus. Okay. We were at Kono's in the morning where we yapped about a bunch of stuff. Enjoy the show. Zero Dark Dirty, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh my God, Zero Dark 30. Zero Dark Dirty, amazing. Amazing. But, and then I think that was all we did Saturday. And then Sunday, we, oh goodness, what was the order that we did on Sunday? I think we were at Momo's in the morning, coincidentally. I know, hold on, I know I had to get up early for something yesterday. What did I get up early? What is wrong with my memory? Jesus, I don't remember what I did yesterday. Besides, I know I was at Momo's and then I was at Annie's. Yeah, I know it was at Annie's, but I was like, I swear I got up earlier in the morning for a different reason. No, I remember what it was. It was for Hectic's game. I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. That was the most important thing I wanted to tell y'all about. We had our session 0 yesterday for a brand new Mage the Ascension tabletop that we're playing. Guys, it was so much fun. I'm very much looking forward to the campaign. So if you want to check it out, let me really quick. Hectic Wizard. Oh, I hit enter and it didn't go for a second. The worm piling bearing is having a conniption. Yes, it is. Please help. Maybe it's because of how like well I slept last night. Cause I mean, I was basically out cold up until I was like getting close to my first alarm. And I was like, I don't think I want to get up and go to the gym. I want to sleep in. And didn't give it back, I bet. Who would have borrowed it though? Who borrows my memories? Who would have run off with my memories? The brainworm. Well, thank you for the 100 bits for the brainworm. But I'm still looking around really quick. Wasn't me? I don't know. That sounds like something that somebody who may have had something to do with it would say, Ordain. Especially, where you running, Ordain? Why are you running if you didn't do it? Took a vacation. How much of the carnival would break because of all the know-how would be forgotten? Oh no. Oh no. You make an excellent point. You make an excellent point. Holdefolk? Idiofake? Nope. You got tagged by Paradox? Shit! I lost the memories of all of the magical moments. That's exactly what happened. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the head pats. We got a runner! I wish I had a sound alert right now for like prison alarms. That would be a good sound alert. You make such good fucking emotes. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. This was back when Kono was talking about the declassified psychic files of the was the CIA. Yeah, CIA hiring psychic viewers to figure out where things like the Ark of the Covenant and stuff are. How vague do you think their answers were? That's old. Oh yeah, it is old, but it also came back. It came back in the news cycle, like last week, give or take a little bit. Fire the fat man! I legit slapped my prime on Yui just for the emotes. I love them so much. They are very cute. They're very cute. They're very goofy, and it's always funny when we're in like, because this mage game is the second TTRPG I'm playing with Yui. And she's always doing like little reactions in the chat while we're playing. And it's so funny, especially her fucking popcorn emote. Do me a favor real quick. Hex, do you have the tall bouncy one? Give me the tall bouncy one if you have that one. Tanks the nuke. Oh yeah. Got a group of waste that needs it eliminated. That was, I think technically the whole thing was done in like, was it the 60s? I don't remember. It was between the 60s and the 80s, I think. 13? I don't know how anyone would take... Oh, goodness. I don't know how anyone would take the CIA seriously with the plans that they have, like, an exploding conch shell to kill Castro. That's so weird, dude. Yeah, you got me coming. Oh, no. Because I think the original thing that she made that for is it's like over a cityscape and it's basically just like scooting across the skyline as it bounces. The tall bouncy one, listen. Or by training dolphins by dropping acid with them. Huh. That's an interesting sell. Memory serves, they also wanted to dose Castro with... Yes, they did. They did do... Actually, was that... No, I'm pretty sure that was... Wasn't that Hitler? I thought that was Hitler for some reason. Let me see really quick. I need to do a quick thing. There it is. There it is. Okay. We need more usage, not more quota. Oh. CIA is obsessed with facial hair. It's the thing. It's not that they're obsessed. I was going to say fucking Operation Paperclip. That's where they took the scientists from Nazi Germany and brought them to the US. Of course, it was MK Ultra. The CIA is obsessed with facial hair. Did people know about estrogen in the 30s and 40s? Yes. Yes. Hold on. I need to look something up. 1923 was whenever the hormone of estrogen was pinpointed by science. It's always existed. It's just, it was 1923 when they were able to like isolate it. We went to Venezuela, not the US, though? No. No, Zero. Operation Paperclip is the recruiting operation that the US did to bring Nazi scientists over to, like, Los Alamos and stuff. Because when I invent new hormone, listen, I mean, it could happen, maybe? Question mark? It'd be a very interesting process and probably extremely tedious. But, it gets worse. Like, it got to the point of been having to give said dolphin a handy in order to receptive to the training. No, not new hormones, you fucking goofball. But Schmesterschmone? Oh my god, shut up. Hi, Pyro. I thought they were sent other places. My bad. I'll have to relearn it. No, it was the U.S.'s operation of recruit. You're probably thinking of the ones that escaped to South America, the ones that like just bailed and went to like Argentina. If you want to know more. I mean, Drunk History has a lot of episodes, and I'm not at all surprised that that's one of them. But didn't the Russians, was it, maybe it was towards the end of the Soviet Union or maybe the beginning of the Russian state. They were like training dolphins as military assets, I think, if I remember correctly. That's another thing that they were doing. This is such a scam. Amazing. Yeah, useless, they say. Useless. Enjoy the show. Hey, Volapyro, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. But, May 6th, right? Wait, May 6th? What is May 6th? Also, wow, wait, that's, Ash made that emote for Kitty. That's a cool emote. I like that emote. I like the bug eyes. I like the bug eyes. The dolphin training. Her dad was a military dolphin trainer. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. No. No, absolutely not. No way in hell. Not a chance. May 6th? Oh, that has the guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What are you doing May 6th? I don't, what? Oh, it's my own thing. It's my own thing. It's my own celebration. It's 2.0. It's 2.0, baby. I'm stupid. See, this is why I have things in the calendar, and if I'm not thinking of it at the moment, then I don't remember it. Yeah. And listen, when somebody says you better not forget this date, I don't think of something that's for me. I think of like something broader. I'm always like, is it a holiday? Is it May Day? It's never something even if I put the plans down, somebody could be like, we could be having a conversation. Like 2 weeks ago, I invited somebody out. It's like, all right, guys, we're gonna have a good night. We're gonna go get like pizza. We'll get some drinks. We're gonna go bowling or some shit that we're all gonna like have fun, blah, blah, blah. Some like night event out or something. And then like the week of, somebody will be like, I'm so excited for Friday. And I'm like, oh, really? What's happening Friday? And they'll just look at me. They'll just look at me and be like, oh, you'd be surprised. You should try it sometime, chat. Listen, I'll trade memories for currency. I'll take shekels for memories. I will forget things for money. Well, depending on the things. I just realized that sounded like I was being paid off by the mob. I've penciled in his Victory Day parade so me and the Napa boys can point and laugh at Russia. Oh my god. Nice. Nice. Crappy attention and memory. It's weird. It's very weird. The thing is, I remember a lot of stuff, but I also forget a lot of stuff. Also wanted to surgically implant audio bugs in cats that would have the antennas going up their tails. Huh? She does this, chat. That's why Marin does not remember that one thing, right, Marin? Yes, I don't remember the thing? What thing? I don't know what thing. Which thing? Aww. Not the fucking cat, not cat anus radio. You're joking. Burns through my memory like a Christian book burning? Oh no. Oh no. All right. I have a bunch of random small things I've collected from over the years. It's all in the size of plastic boxes in the next room. Both would sell memories and hate losing memories. I'm like, I get sentimental with some things, and other times I'm just like, I'll remember it. Like I have like memories of stuff and memories of things and places and everything. And I always struggle to keep like, what are they called? Keep knickknacks. Because I feel like they're cluttering things up. I do still have the stress like voodoo doll here that my buddy Hapu got me. And I do sit here while I'm streaming and I kind of squeeze it a little bit. Thank you for self-care, Murdoch. Welcome to 105. Wait, why is there 2 digits? Why do you have 2 decimal points? Where we cause problems and chaos and more? And then it's just Imagine Dragons. I just hate throwing things away. I hate throwing some things away at like, not at a sentimental level, but at like Circus Radio still peak meme. True. Imagine Dragons. Imagine Dragons. I could have swore this had a different opening. Oh well. I'm going back to sleep. That was me this morning, Fairbanks. That was me this morning. I have not made it to the gym today. I'm a failure. I have not gone to do leg day. Oh my goodness. Oh. Imagine Dragons, but it's just the heavy breathing. Oh God, please no. Oh God, please no. All right, that's enough of that joke. God damn it. Me just having to. I hate the fact that shuffle on Spotify is not really like a random shuffle every time you click it. It's instead, it's like it's the same fucking shuffle each day. It only actually shuffles the song's orders at the beginning of the day. And I hate it. I hate it so much. Get the watermelon squishing if Baird hasn't leg dayed. Oh God. Oh God. I forget. We never hit that goal if I remember right, but I always put it as what was it? As a time for legs and ass. Give me 20. God damn, fucking damn it. Damn it, dude. Damn it. All right, hold on. Ugh. All right, let's do this. You're allowed to have personal goals. Thank you. I'm glad I'm allowed to. All right. No, I have 2 leg days a week. So, you know, I usually do leg day Monday and Friday. All right, let's do this while our date's still being a goofball. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Enjoy your lurk. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. Okie dokie. Oh my goodness. I thought we were here to live the lives of our parents wanted for themselves. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry, I'm looking at Coco. She was just laying on the floor and I just watched her go like halfway out the door and her butt's still sticking inside. Oh my goodness. All right. Good. So what's the downside of doing these squats is afterwards is the point where like I get kind of out of breath. It's always after, it's not during. Ordain, where you running, buddy? Where you running? Interesting. I'm here to live in the basement and press buttons on the button panel for the shows. Listen, do you push buttons like that one gif of the astronaut just slamming his face on the interface? What's up, every roundsy? Everyone had fun. I just saw who the Pope's last visitor was. Very funny. Very funny. It was JD Vance. What? I'm not allowed to run around? Just, I mean, you're kind of supposed to stay in your seat, Ordain. Gotta use different techniques. Oh, no. Oh, shit. I hit that stress doll that I was talking about earlier, and it just slammed into the keyboard. I'm sure that'll be fine. That's fine. Holy ghosted JD Vance then died. Amazing. It was J-Slat who predicted this? What do you mean, J-Slat? What do you mean J-Slat predicted this? How did he predict this? Huh? Huh? Go ahead. I'll wait. But... Okay, sorry. I just wanted to check a thing because I saw something interesting. But we're down to about 5 minutes till the ad break. Evander Holyfields? What the hell is that name? The same way Monty Python predicted furries by accident. Stress dolls, secretly the crew, me squeezing the shit out of Sunstar. Listen, it could happen. It could happen. You never know. You never know. All right. I just wanted to make sure I had words on stream ready for y'all. And I gotta sneeze again. Why are my allergies? I don't have allergies. Why did I say that? Why am I sneezing so much? Maybe it's pollen. Maybe it's L'Oreal. I don't know. Maybelline. Marin goes squish. Listen, you now have allergies? No! Not allowed. Illegal. Illegal. I'm not allowed to have allergies. I can't afford to have it. Well, I think I do technically actually have like a bottle of Allegra somewhere. Because my grandma does this thing where like once a year she goes to Costco, I think. I think that's where she typically goes. And she'll just buy bulk allergy medicine for like the entire family. And so she just... Hell, that voodoo doll you have, and it just randomly chokes someone somewhere. Here, I'll just sit here and squeeze it then. All right, anybody's head explode? Nobody's dead yet, right? Sound off, is anybody dead? Oh my goodness. Yeah, a lot of people are reposting this, I guess, Oblivion remake. And they're having some kind of a big announcement tomorrow. What time? 11 a.m. ET. That's gonna be 2 hours before we start stream. But yeah. Dang, we've only had Ordained for 1 year and 4 months. I could have swore it was longer than that. I feel dead inside. Does that count? Relatable. Relatable. Oblivion, but now there's a modding community. Are you saying there wasn't before? Hi, Hunter. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Did Oblivion not have a modding community? I could have swore it did. I could have sworn that it did. Right? Had to. But you can still pay for horse armor DLC. No, not the horse armor DLC. Christ. I'd die too if I had to talk to JD Vance. Rip Pope. Thanks, Gedden. Relatable. Oh my god. Okay. Indiana Jones, too much memory for PlayStation 5? What? Huh. 30 sausages, Grins? 30? Why 30? What are you doing? Is it just like I'm trying to remember the is it basically just those like little smokies kind of thing? Is that what it is? Are you gonna eat an entire package of little smokies? Vienna sausages? No, 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 no. These are even smaller. Wait, what is this? Uh, what the fuck is this game? Wait, what the fuck is this game? Some old Nickelodeon game, but it's like all of like renders of the characters either from their show or some random schmuck who just like I guess sort of drew them. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like the way that Chum Chum is staring into my soul. And I don't like that this picture had to remind me that Fanboy and Chum Chum was in fact a thing that existed. Cast Schmordane? What is Schmordane? Anthony Schmordane? Oh God, no. Yeah. Yeah. All things we did not need in our life. Things that I would prefer not to be anywhere near or touch. But one day your knees will buckle under your endless sins. All right, guys, ad break. Ad break time. I'm gonna go. I think my water's good, but I'm gonna go stand up for a little bit. Oop, I did not. Boop. Actually, why did I swing over here? You just do it over here. It's kind of nicer to do it over here. I just think it looks better. But all right, guys, words on stream. I will give you all the music. I'm gonna go stand up and stretch and go get some fresh air for a second. And if I start sneezing outside, then that's probably pollen, and I'm gonna go close the door. But I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? We still good? Nobody else is laying beside the Pope or anything? No issues? Nothing like that? Chum Chum is the same for... No. No. No, that can't be true. Oh no, it is! It's Nika Futterman! No! Oh no! You know what's funny? Chum Chum, out of all of the voices of people across all the languages that voiced him, the only voice actor that is a man for Chum Chum is the Israel. I'm guessing it's in Hebrew. I'm guessing it's voiced in it's dubbed in Hebrew. And that's the only one that's a guy. All of the others are women. Chum Chum from Nickelodeon's old, their own like made up weird non-superheroes. They were called Fanboy and Chum Chum. Fanboy was like a fake don't say old. Oh, it's old. It was so bad. So Fanboy was a like self-made kind of character that Nickelodeon had. He was the fake character that like somebody would dress up as and show up to things like the Nickelodeon Awards and stuff. And his whole thing was that he was like a super big fan of like all of the cartoons and like was just obsessed with them and everything. And eventually they made a like kid 3D animated cartoon of Fanboy, and they had to give him a sidekick, and the sidekick's name was Chum Chum. And it was two kids that went around being absolute fucking weirdos in a town and harassing everyone with their underwear on the outside of their clothes. I know what you're talking about. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. And if you don't, and you have seen it in the past, you will have all of the memories come flooding back to you. All right, guys. We will go ahead and get ready to swap over to Dishonored. Let me go ahead and do this. Then we can do some adjustments. Thing is, though, I think with this game, we're not going to have the same problem with, like, Dishonored 1 that we had, where, like, the windows got fucked up. Because I'm pretty sure they... Okay, yeah, it did not fuck up my resolution or anything, so we're good on that. Oh, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Okay, I gotta wait for it to do all the shaders and stuff. Uh-oh. Wait, what's happening? Where's my mouse? Uh-oh. Son of a fucking bitch, I can't stop it. Okay. Hold on. My display monitor just kept turning on and off. I can't believe Dishonored fucked the windows. I was gonna say, it was why we had to do... Hold on. I'm going to kill it, and then I'm going to try to reopen it. And then I'm not going to touch anything. So I can't see chat for a minute. Okay. Okay, we're good. Oh, wait. Should I be playing this right now? I'm pretty sure the, like, ZeniMax union just went on strike. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on a quick second, you guys. Where's my fucking mouse? And then I need to change. Okay. It was freaking out for a second. It did not want to change fucking screens. Okay. Throwing bricks at the carnival is not a good idea. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Let me really quick, you guys. We may end up having a change of plans because I'm pretty sure the VA fucked the PC. God damn it, Nina. Okay, hold on. I need to double check this. Zenimax. Strike. Votes to authorize a strike. Okay, I don't think it's started yet. Cinemax Workers United. Okay. No strike yet. Seemingly no strike yet. But... okay. I think we're good. I think we're good. And then we will go ahead and swing on over... Nya! And then we can do... this. No more evolution. Okay. Brightness is probably fine. Quality settings... fucking stellar, my guy. Motion blur? No. Everything else I think is fine. I think it's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and bring that down. Okay. Yes, supply changes. Okay. So, better late than never. Good for them. Only take over a decade. So the difference between the first game and this game is you actually do get to pick between Corvo Atano again or Emily. And I think we're gonna go with Emily just because she gets like a new power set and stuff. And it's kind of interesting. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Hi, Chunky Moth. But the thing that we want to do, this is going to be at least my second playthrough, I'm pretty sure. The thing is, though, is we're doing ghosts. We want to do a ghost run. For anybody who doesn't know what a ghost run in this game is, and it's a built-in achievement system for this game. You could not be seen by anyone. So there will potentially be a lot of saves coming and shenanigans, which actually reminds me, let me check something real quick. Controls, keyboard mapping. I want to see if there is quick save. F5, okay. And quick load is F9. Got it. Got it. I will totally forget that in 5 minutes when I need it. Luckily, though, this game does have New Game Plus. What's it? Hold on. I don't know what's in New Game Plus in this game. Hold on a second. Hold your horses. New Game Plus. Introduces, imports all of ruins spent on supernatural abilities, traits of crafted bone charms, and upgrades from finished playthrough to a new one, while also giving the ability for both Corvo and Emily to access each other's... oh! Ooh. Can unlock all powers. Okay, I think we want to do that. I think I want to try that. I've never done New Game Plus for this. Let's do that. Yeah, we have the one campaign. 2023. Christ. February. Yeah, we'll just do it to the second one. We will do medium because we are basically like achievement hunting for this. But I don't have a horse to hold. Have you considered getting one?
Why do we celebrate the anniversary of an assassination?
It was quieter in my ears than it was on stream for y'all.
15 years ago, in the middle of a plague that nearly destroyed Dunwich.
Where are my captions?
A paid killer assaulted the palace where
I can't even pause to go turn on captions. I need my captions. I can't hear without my words.
The men who sent the assassin tried to use me as a pawn in a game of power. They would have succeeded, but my father, Corvo Atano, hunted them down and cut their conspiracy to pieces.
Not being great when it first released. Was it? I remember this game being absolutely fucking awesome.
Now, we face a new crisis. A monster the papers are calling the Crown Killer has been picking off my enemies and dressing it up like my father and I.
We
were
may also
twins.
have to do some, what is it, scrounging around?
I don't know whether to get on a ship and sail to the opposite side of the world, or to have everyone around me.
Has nothing to do with the PC version not being well optimized in launch day. That makes sense. A Ghost Iron Man speedrun would be crazy to watch. I wonder if somebody's done that before. Can I? Okay, I can pause it now. Hold on. I need captions. Where are my captions? Visuals? Not here. Audio, maybe? Subtitles. All dialogue, because I'm fucking deaf. I'm not deaf. I just have weirdly selective hearing, so I miss things.
Watch your step, Majesty.
I'm not looking forward to all the ceremony today.
Oh, I do have control.
Your signet ring. There. You're ready.
Thank you, Alexei.
Why didn't she have
Open
that?
the doors.
We already know that that's like a key for shit. Why did somebody else have that?
All hail Her Imperial Majesty, Emily Caldwin.
Loyal subjects, we're going through a difficult time, but today we honor my mother, the late Jessamine Caldwin. May her memory survive through the ages.
Okay, can you name an empress or an emperor before your mom?
Every year, I think the anniversary of Jessamine's death will be easier.
I always
than it
remember when this
ever
one
is.
came out and we finally got like
I
a
wish
high
your mother
detailed
was still
version of
the empress.
Corvo's face, and people were just, oh,
You're still
just
learning.
fawning.
Don't worry about the rabble
Ghost
rousers,
speedrun?
and we'll catch
Ghost
the
is usually a
Chrono
pretty
Killer
quick kind of speedrun,
eventually.
especially because now we're doing New
People
Game
have
Plus,
seen this
so we're already gonna have a
These
whole lot of powers.
assassinations are a misguided effort to protect me.
No, someone's trying to make us look guilty by targeting your enemies.
And I think technically you can also cross
I could
powers,
just
so if we
run away
technically
from
wanted to,
all
we could probably have Corvo's
Sometimes
blink
you
instead
do.
of Emily's typical
you think
like
I don't know about
grab.
the nights out on the rooftops? Courage. The ceremony will be over soon.
Royal Protector and Father. I should have passed a law against that combination of titles years ago.
They moved the like gravestone because before it was on like that overlook by the water lock. Hi Ezreal, how are you doing?
Your Majesty, before we begin the day's observances, we have an unexpected visitor, the Duke of Serkonos.
Ramsay says the Duke is bringing special gifts.
That's intriguing.
Grace Luca Abel, Duke of Serkonos!
Yeah. It's also the blade clanking is
What is this, Ramsay? I didn't authorize those things.
Your Imperial Majesty and Royal Protector Corvo Attano.
I forgot how annoying
a
his
native
voice
of
was.
Our homeland. Serkonos offers condolences on this sorrowful day, and gifts to remind you of our nation, the rising star on the southern horizon.
We thank you, Grace.
Save your thanks. For now, I give you the greatest gift of all, family. I present the lost sister of Jessamine Caldwin, your rightful empress, Delilah Caldwin.
Impossible.
My mother had a sister?
Uh-huh.
Dearest niece. Hello.
It's not true.
Should we gather for whiskey and cigars
My
tonight?
father was
Undoubtedly.
Emperor Euhorn Jacob Caldwin, and Jessamine was my younger sister. At the time of her death, I wasn't ready to make myself known to you, and I was forced to leave Dunwall.
Yeah, that would be the DLC, the what was it? The
really
something
are
witches, the
my
Brigham
sister.
witches?
You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Little sparrow,
Which
blackened by bad memories.
I
I'm here
think
to relieve you
do we
of
play
your
as
crown.
Dowd in that one?
My father's promise, whispered in secret so many years
Is it
ago,
Dunwall witches?
is now
Witches of Dunwall, was it? I could have sworn it was the
Emily
knife of
Caldwin
Dunwall
is the
was
daughter of Empress Jessamine Caldwin.
Royal Protector. How naive to think you could get away with these murders. Living in my
also, I
palace
think when we played this
protected you.
before, we played it on
But
like
that's
lower
why.
medium settings because it was the
Hear
old
me,
computer.
all of you.
Right now we're playing on
Your
Ultra, and I never
rightful
realized how
empress
good
has
the hair in this
All
game
hail
looked.
the Empress Delilah, first of her name. Arrest Emily Caldwin and her father.
Did
for
y'all
the
all
Crown
really
Killer
just
murder.
fucking plan this shit? bin time. Really?
Can't still my heart.
What the fuck? Oh, okay. Because we're doing New Game Plus, it auto picks Emily for us, so we didn't get like the pause scene. Oh wait, no, maybe we are. Oh, for some reason I thought the stealing his power was afterwards. I kind of want to play Emily again, but I've never done a playthrough of Corvo Attano in 2. Do we do? Is Knife of Dunwall and Brigmore Witches? Okay, so you do play as Dowd in the Brigmore Witches. Okay, I was right about that. Chat, do we gotta go do the things that we haven't done? Is that what this is gonna be? Is that what we're doing in this playthrough? Yes, you do get access to both their powers. Could have it be a continuation of Corvo's story. That's true. Emily? All right, 1's for Emily, 2's for Corvo. Real quick. 1's for Emily, 2's for Corvo. No reason to not pick Corvo. Weird Al, I wish Weird Al was a secret third option. He just like pops up from behind him. Passive turn is Corvo in the first game, so I picked Corvo again and just went full lethal. That's it. No more mercy. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, it's because we're doing New Game Plus, we get the powers of both. We'll be able to purchase the powers of both, which will be interesting. Play as Marin. It'd be over so goddamn fast. Listen, if you can pick my character for this game, we wouldn't have made it past this level. Continuing the mass slicing is Corvo into. No, we're not doing the mass slicing. Because last time we played this, we basically did the full lethal as Emily. But it does look like there was 2. Yeah, there was more 2s than 1s, but just only by 1 because everybody immediately got distracted and started making a fucking hee-hoo. It goes from first person stealth to third person hack and slash. No, I can still be stealth. Listen, a stealth game with my character would be fucking awesome. All right. I think that's an Emily. I think that's an Emily, unless we want to run the vote again. The verbal vote. What, Carrie? Would we rather poll? All right, do a 1-minute poll. We'll do a 1-minute poll. Emily or Corvo? 1-minute poll. No extra votes. Single vote only. Can I get help with murder? All right, what is it this time? Carrie, what is it this time? What did you do? As you would just be the darkness. It probably is very similar to like the darkness or like a cooler version of like Styx. No, you gotta vote in the poll up, guys. The poll's up. You got less than a minute. Go, 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 go. This is a doozy. Oh shit. Carrie, don't make too big of a wall of text, okay? Oh, good lord. I don't know if I even want to know anymore. I don't even want to. When Carrie says it's a doozy, that usually means I'm gonna fucking hate it. Cresta, did you know they're making another Styx game? They announced it a few weeks ago. I downloaded the most recent Styx game that came out, and there was a fucking news post on it that said, it's staying pretty even. We'll see. We'll see what happens. If it ties, I'll be the tiebreaker. Tick, tick, tick. Emily wins. All right. Can you hit enter? Yes, there we go. The zoom into her head is so goofy.
Sweet girl, over time you will come to love me.
X to doubt.
Perhaps someday you'll see
X
me as
to
the
doubt.
mother you lost. But until then, you'll be kept out of trouble.
I'll lock Lady Emily in her chambers, and I'll bring her to Coldstream Prison until her trial.
What?
My father lost it all when I was a boy, so now I wear this uniform.
Now for the murder
Send
part? Oh
20-year-olds
no.
out to patrol the rose gardens instead of drinking with the men from the shooting club.
Huh? He's upset he doesn't just get to fucking, like,
Captain Ramsey,
get drunk all day?
shouting. Lady Emily, what happened?
That'll be all, Captain Mayhew.
No!
So that's the Royal Protector's fancy weapon. What kind of sword folds in half?
I mean, it did still go through somebody's rib cage, so are you still gonna complain? All over afterwards to play Corvo? God damn it.
There's a legend in the Tower Guard about the Empress's last resort, a safe room inside your chambers holding enough gold to buy a good-sized island. They say that this ring is one of the only 2 keys to exist.
I don't give you 6'2", he's gonna die? I mean, maybe.
What happened?
Wow, what a fucking shit stick. Carrie, you need to start, like, locking your laptop whenever you get up. You have a password on it, right?
I need to get out of here.
Okay, hold on. The sensitivity isn't what I need it to be. Controls? Okay. Okay, that's a little bit better.
Sir, how long is it going to take, Captain Ramsey?
Your horse is called wrong dial. Ramsey knows what he's doing. The man's moving up.
Okay, I don't have any of the powers. Food! Nom, 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 nom. Ship launch protocol. Letter from advisor Helmswater. We face yet another murder. I cannot remain silent in this matter. Strange is it not that all the victims have openly opposed you? If not strange, then oh so very convenient. Is there anything you wish to tell me, Majesty? How can I be an advisor if you don't include me in these most sensitive of endeavors? I feel I must be the only person in Dunwall who doesn't know the truth about the Crown Killer. Don't leave me out in the cold. I remain. The thing is, though, is like, she's not leaving her out in the cold, which I think is very funny. After the Royal Protector's shakedown cruise, we'll launch the ISS Jessamine Caldwin just before the anniversary of your mother's passing, pending your approval, of course. On the platform, we'll have a bottle of King Street brandy, which is the brandy from the first game that they said, like, they didn't make anymore, tied to a long tether that you will release to swing out against the hull. What you say during the ceremony is, of course, up to you, but here are some ideas intended to serve as food for thought. May a brisk wind hurry you to shores near, far, and fair. May you shelter your crew from the perils of the terrible ocean. May you always sail for Bristol, true of heart and homeward bound. Hello?
How many times have I looked at that skyline? It feels like everything just changed.
Maybe. Yeah, okay, my sensitivity still isn't high enough. Because I'm having to, like... Why was I playing on the sensitivity so low? Okay. Okay, this window actually does not take me... Oh, wait, what was that? Scheduled for Midsong Eve? Okay. Wink. Oh.
Delilah is some sort of witch. How is...
Lady Emily,
Oh, hi.
where's the Royal Protector?
There's a coup underway. My father is... He's imprisoned, for lack of a better word.
Okay.
You've got to get out of the tower.
Yeah, hi, 20.
Through
How
your
are you
safe
doing?
room. There was a
Yeah, this is
captain
one of my favorite
here
games.
Today,
We're doing
down
New
at the
Game
docks,
Plus, and we're going to do the
looking
Ghost
for the
Run.
Royal Protector. Find her. Get out of Dunwall.
Alexi, I'm sorry. Goodbye.
I just saw her fingers meld through that woman's sleeves. Audience request. Captain Mayu, you don't know me, but you've got to tell the Royal Protector that I have urgent need of his time. I'm carrying a message that is to be delivered face to face. Tell him I'm working with Anton Sokolov, an old friend. All the boats are being sent away from the docks, but I'll delay as long as I can. Tell Lord Corvo to find me there. My ship is called the Dreadful Whale. Megan Foster. That's a fake name. Thanks. I forgot how much more, like, hiding spots they left.
These
Okay.
bastards are working with Ramsey and the Duke of Serkonos.
Okay, hold on. I want to double check something, because there's supposed to be an indicator that you still have ghosts somewhere, isn't there? Hold on. Let me go check this real quick. Ghost. I could have swore there was supposed to be an indicator. How do I know if I failed ghost? Third level indicator would mean you have been spotted in this failed ghost. Getting no kill is fine. No. Oh, shit. Okay, I think we're just gonna have to do it based on if we get caught, then we'll just have to, like, rewind. Thanks, bud.
It's gonna be upsetting.
Heard somebody talking. Are they below? Yeah, there's that guy down there. Okay, then.
Oh, I hate this wall. Itches like mad.
Okay.
I can't.
Be kind. Rewind. You got too much free time. Aw. Yeah, until we get, Dark Sight. Eat pant.
Raiders.
Okay. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, hi, Calic.
The throne room blocked off. We should have the time we need. Just stay here
Okay.
and stall anyone who comes by.
Okay, we can knock him out.
Back when
Okay,
I've
that'll be
searched the
fine.
royal chambers, assuming I don't accidentally lock myself in this damn safe room.
We'll cover for you if anyone from the
All right,
Duke's
real
party
quick.
returns.
Okay.
Exciting.
That's a quick save.
Everything's changing.
Yes, the natural order is reasserting itself. The Ramseys once hosted the king and queen of Morley. Did you know that? I spent my childhood playing with the Buntings and the Boyles.
The hell?
Cream
Twitching.
of society.
Was better than
Very
Assassin's Creed for
soon
me.
you'll be
I
back at
agree
the top,
completely.
Captain.
This was a better Assassin's game than Assassin's Creed was in almost every
Ramsey's
aspect.
family fell from the aristocracy, and apparently the man holds a grudge. How it's my fault, that's beyond me. But one way or another, Ramsey is too dangerous to be left in play.
One night at the body house. One night.
Okay.
Covered in shankers.
Motherfucker. Motherfucker. F9.
This is exciting. Everything's changing.
Okay. When as soon as he comes over here is when I will get behind him and just choke him out.
The Ramseys once hosted the king and queen of Morley. Did you know that? I spent my childhood
This is
playing with the Buntings
kind of like a mix of
and
Assassin's
Boyles.
Creed and Hitman, but all in first person. Yep, I agree.
Very soon
It
you'll
had
be
like I
back
like
at
the
top,
sci-fi
Captain.
powers too, which is like to me is like a big part of the fun. I do know there is like a hard mode you can run
Ramsey's
where you
family
actually
fell
don't
from
get the powers at
aristocracy,
all.
And apparently the man holds a grudge. How it's my fault, that's beyond me. But one way or another, Ramsey is too dangerous to be left in play.
Okay.
Gotta keep my mind on my duties. Forget about that kiss. Oh,
Nap time. Give me your shit. Give me your shit.
This won't leave my hand again.
The middle finger? Really? Okay, bye. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is the map. Zirconis, way in the south. Dunwall, that's where we are. Debokva. Something town? I can't read the one in Morley. Okay. We'll get hit with items, unintended punishment? Wait, oh shit, you're right. Yeah, because the F9 is the key for the test throw. That's funny. It's a good finger for rings. It just feels random considering that there's typically a ring finger. But I guess it's also, they probably don't like reforge the rings for every ruler. So I could imagine that this ring is probably like generations old. Yeah, the thing, these books in this game, you actually do like collect them and get achievements for them. So
this could be handy.
Bone charms. Yeah, that's the pistol.
I have a feeling I'll need these.
God, the guns in this one were so sexy. I think too, if
the crap.
Okay, we read that one.
Must be connected.
If we're playing Corvo, I'm pretty sure his mask is on that.
The reserves won't help against Delilah, even if I had a way to carry it all out of here.
Jesus, the blocks. Imperial Reserves is just massive fucking tonnage of blocks. Good lord. Okay. Corvo Tano, Royal Protector in our time. Part 2! Oh, right, the flush toilets. Amazing. Technology. Oh, here's part 1. Oh. With all the stuff that's in here, it makes me think that we like hang out in here semi-frequently. Melt them down to reforge them next. Maybe, but I think it'd feel like way more sentimental if it was instead just handed down. So like I could imagine it being like size for a guy's finger, for like the average like guy's finger, which is why it fits her middle finger and not her ring finger. That makes sense. Also, I always thought this part was
deserves my attention.
Oh. Oh, I have to carry him. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, I need to lock him in here. Okay. Hold on. Okay, we gotta wait on that guard to do something else. Oh, god damn it!
I don't like that.
Are you serious?
This is exciting.
Fuck! Hold on. Hold on. This one. It doesn't recognize the autosave, which is very interesting. So we'll do this. Here we go. We got another quick save. Okay. Whew.
Where are you hiding?
What do you mean, where am I hiding? Son of a bitch.
I wonder who that was.
I don't know if that counted. I could have swore there was an indicator for this. I kind of want to reload.
I wonder what I'm dealing with.
It might account against the ghost. Yeah, I think you may be right.
But I saw something.
I don't think so, though. I don't think the bodies count.
Pretty sure of it. Did I imagine that? No.
Actually, you know what? You know what? Let's do this instead. Where was me? Staring at the corner? Hmm. And realize it was messed up in the first few minutes. Nah, it's fine, because I think you can actually redo some of the missions individually. I think. I was gonna say, I think that quick save got like overloaded. Yeah, I think that quick save got overloaded. Oh. Motherfucker.
So let's see. What was it?
Okay. I'm gonna accidentally right click and fire this gun. I know I am.
Should I just spin it and pick a place to hide for a while?
Okay.
I need time to think.
Well, no, I wanted... Here we go. Here, and then we do this.
Someone is asking for trouble over there.
Are you serious?
That's Emily.
God fucking damn it.
I don't like that. Better have a look.
No.
Something moved. Pretty sure of it. I wonder who that was. Shit.
Oh, that's him finding the body.
I'll be damned. He's out cold.
Motherfucker, dude!
I don't like that. Better have a look.
What is up with these guys? I wish I'd picked him up whenever I had fucking choked him out.
He's been choked out. I swear I saw someone.
I wish I could drop on him, but I don't think I can... Forget what it was called.
I wonder who that was.
Where did he go?
No idea what that was.
There he is. Okay. You can? Okay, so if I hit control instead of like left click, I'll just knock them out from above. Here, let's do this. There's glass right here. Hi. Oh! Motherfucker. It tried to climb the fucking banister. I was gonna try to jump to do it. Okay. Wow, that was a very silent drop. Let's go shit stick, me and you. I don't know where they went, but I'll fucking take it. Anyway, we'll go ahead and go in here. Close the door. Oh, Jesus! What was that?
Now you've got what you wanted, Ramsey.
Okay, yeah, he can hang out there.
Imperial suite atop Dunwall Tower. Stay put until this is all set straight, Ramsey.
Okay.
Enjoy the
Have eyes like
rations
eagles and
well
eyes
water.
like tree stumps sometimes. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It was just kind of a bad, like, spot to work with. I could have swore there used to be an indicator that you could get.
Until I understand this, I have to go into hiding. I should make my way to the docks.
Old furniture. Oh no, it's the fucking brothers. Curtis Morgan, the postulant child. They don't even know his name. They don't even have his name anymore. Glass. Straight coins. Don't mind if I do. Toilet. Okay.
Gotta get out of Dunwall.
Actually, hold on. Let me check something really quick, chat. I want to do something. We are going to do a control swap really quick. Mouse and keyboard. Ah, it's a sensitivity I should have been changing. Turn that up a little bit. Sprint, hold, lean toggle. What I'm gonna see if it'll let me do is change this. Do I think it'll fuck me up at some point when I actually do need to like end up killing someone, so we'll leave it actually.
What do I have to do to help my father? What do I have to become?
And do be taking a piss. Is this a whale oil? Oh, hi, buddy.
You're not fit for the watch uniform.
All right. Yeah, I'm sure that didn't kill him. I'm sure. Fairly confident.
I need to find a ship. The city is crawling with the Duke's men.
Listen up, I have bad
Jesus.
news. Ramsey's missing. Corporal Moore checked the royal quarters, and Emily Caldwin has apparently fled the tower. We've got to find her. That's it, you've got your orders. Spread out and find the fugitive. We're in this with the Duke of Serkanos, sink or swim. No way to
Serganos
turn back now.
slams down a body. Hi, Gaia. Yeah, I don't have double jump right now, so
That's not my job to clean
I'm
up.
pretty sure. Let me actually see. Can I? No, I can't. I don't even have like a power menu or anything, I don't think. Oh, Jay? Yeah, I don't have like any of the actual New Game Plus. I guess I just don't get it until like later.
The former Empress, Emily Caldwin, has been accused of high crimes against the state. Anyone caught harboring her is equally guilty of treason.
I don't know if I can make that jump right now. Yeah, I gotta beat the outsider first. There's only 4 dudes, but worst part is I don't know if I can make that jump. All right, real quick. Quick save. Nope, totally flood that. Yeah, we're gonna redo that. We lost almost all our health. Okay.
A bottle of pear soda.
No, pick him up, pick him up, pick him up. Okay.
Gotta keep my mind on my... Huh?
Yeah, if I had teleport and stuff, this would be a hell of a lot easier, but I don't have the grace of the Lord for this one. Our Lord and Savior, the outsider. Okay.
Can I read? Of course I can read. What does he think? I'm stupid? I know all my letters, and then some.
Hi guys, y'all are gonna have to go here. Okay. And then there was one. Let's see here. There he is. Oh, what the heck?
Air feels heavy. Hard to get a good lungful.
Okay, I think that's more than one person, actually. Son of a bitch. Oh, shit.
Attention, Dunwall citizens.
Attention, Dunwall citizens. As of today, Delilah Caldwin is our new empress. All hail Delilah.
Do you think they actually care?
Further, the former Empress, Emily Caldwin, is now wanted for treason.
I'm still very astonished by how fast everybody was just like, yeah,
and arrested.
fuck them.
People of Dunwall, stay in your homes. You're advised to stay indoors during this time of unrest.
Y'all didn't see shit. Gobi.
Someone there?
I don't know if that counted. I don't know if that counted. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Hold on. Maybe this mission, like, generally doesn't count towards it. I don't know for sure. Oh, Jesus! What the fuck? Oh my god.
Any of you found harboring Emily Caldwin will be fined and arrested.
Whew.
People of Dunwall, stay in your homes. You're advised to stay indoors during this time of unrest.
Oh my god. Hi, Goofy. Nah, it's not in, like, I don't think so. Current mission. Playthrough. Okay, I guess it's not in here. Doesn't seem like it. Wait, if someone looked at you and told you the richest person in the area was a bitch, you'd believe him too? I suppose. Did y'all hear that gasping?
At the body house. One night.
Oh, that's a relief. Don't know what I hate to deserve that.
2 more months, she says.
Shut up, you didn't see shit. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. There's a stat for spotted by enemy listed, was there? Okay, okay. I think as long as we keep that at 0, we should be good. In deep sleep at the threshold of my dog, the ice scraper we used through winter just fell onto her and woke her up. No! Yeah, I think it only counts when it goes full red.
I must have a talk with the cook. That did not taste anything like pigeon. It's beyond embarrassing. I won't be able to have another dinner party for at least a month.
I hate this world, and it itches like mad. Why can't I wear my regular clothes?
I still think there's other guys like stationed over there. Please don't be coming over here. Okay. 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 So they had to move to a safe place, which is the couch? Aww.
What I wouldn't give for a bottle of pear soda.
Pear soda, you saying?
Road is blocked by order of the city watch.
Gotta get away. I should talk to the captain of that ship.
I'm not concerned, citizen. I'd advise you to return to your home.
If I can't get through, that's it for my shop. The entire month will be ruined.
Trust me, you don't want to be out on the streets right now. Move along.
I hope they accept my transfer. I've got to get over to one of the other districts.
How's Dishonored? I love Dishonored. Hi, Hectic. How are you doing? Anton Sokolov made this stream? Yes, yes, he did. Okay. Oh, shit. I thought he was still standing by that door. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I don't trust that. In a greenhouse with a box of plants! Yeah, and I can't do it with that guy there. Turn around. Shut up. We're good. Oh, the fuck?
First the shortage of whale oil, then the murders. Now what's ever going on tonight?
I can't do anything for you. You'd better run.
Safety fire lamps, best quality.
Elaine heard fighting between some of the guards earlier. This is bad.
It's been hard getting any business done here in Dunwall. But that's all about to change. The City Watch has its hands full with what's been happening. Clown killer lunatic and all.
We're just gonna close that.
The Hatter Gang. Also ready to profit from times of turmoil.
Yeah. All right. Oh shit, ad break. I did not see the warning countdown. That is totally fine though. This is a good spot to pause it. All right, guys. We'll be back in a couple minutes. I'm gonna give you all the music, and I am gonna go nibble on some leftover brisket because they made brisket. Well, they didn't make brisket. I think it was leftover from like 2 weeks ago. It was just in the freezer, and they recooked it, and it was pretty good earlier. But I'll be back later. I'll be back in a few minutes so we can get back to not murdering these people. Wow, this is a really lame Murder Monday. I just realized that. Damn it. Damn it. All right. I'll be back in a second. Y'all lost? What the hell happened? Also, hold on. I just closed my door for some reason when I don't need to close the door to this room. Okie dokie. I had a faulty iPad once, thought it was more broken because the screen was cracked and I occasionally get glass. Oh, you got ew! Why? Why do things like that? All right. Music down, followed by music off. And then it's time for shenanigans.
rich in Colero and Karnaka, even after paying the Grand Guard to look the other way.
So we set up some black market shops. Pass along what
Um.
and we run security for the shopkeepers.
Right, and we take a cut on the sales. I'm telling you, the wind is blowing in our favor for once.
Okay.
You can talk to the magistrate. See if she can help.
All right. That's the dishonored one, the distillation machine. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Are you serious? Are you serious? Are you triple fucking serious? Oh my god. Here we go. Okay. Give me your money. All right. Quick save. I hear his boots. There he is. Oh god, leaning is so broken. Okay. Okay. Going to be high on this one? I guarantee you it will be. That's the problem with doing a ghost run.
Hard to get a good lungful.
The thing is sometimes I can't tell if guards are like stuck in their position. Or if they're gonna move again, so I always get scared to like...
Just like mad.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. You can come sit down here with the rats, sir. All right. I'm a little glad that like the saving symbol, the saving symbol is like out of view for y'all. It's behind me mostly. Thing is, though, is I know that there's another guy there. Okay. I don't think it actually matters. They can literally just swim there. Let's do that. She fucking hoofs it. Jesus.
So, there's some kind of shitstorm happening here in Dunwall. The old man's been carried. Hey! Over
Hi.
here.
Does someone know the game is saving?
Lady Emily, you won't get far with that face. Stamped on half the coins in the city.
I mean, you would see it. You would just see the symbol in the corner over and over.
I don't care what my face looks like.
My name's Megan Foster.
No, it's not.
I work with an old ally of yours, Anton Sokolov.
Don't you lie to me. Don't you lie to me.
Scary down in the south.
Hi, Haitian. How are you doing?
And I came to warn you.
I know, Anton, but Corvo's gone. The Duke of Serkonos is here with a woman named Delilah. They massacred everyone in the throne room.
Yeah, from the Dow
DLC.
DLC.
Something I can't explain.
She was the Whaler, and then she's also the one in Death of the Outsider.
Sometimes that's all you can do.
She's the character you play as in Death of the Outsider.
The Dreadful Whale. We can head out as soon as you're ready.
I need to get to Karnaca.
Are we going to talk about the fact that her eye socket is
Delilah must have been
seeping?
down there for a while, and I've got to
Like
figure out what's
it's literally
going on.
dripping down her face.
You're Corvo's daughter. I'll give you that. Should we go?
Where's that scar tissue?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm ready.
Oh, Ghostly finished an entire mission without being spotted. Finished an entire mission with no casualties. Let's go, Ghost. All right. Oh, you missed a painting. All right, works for me. The Billy Lurk. All right, so yeah, we just keep an eye on the stats page and make sure that that stays at 0, and we should be good. Carrie, what are you doing? What are you doing down there, Carrie? Carrie, you okay?
Am I still aboard Megan's ship? It feels odd.
You're no longer drifting in the rum. This is a container for rum? Yo, I want a container for rum like this. Why is it like, it's nice brass with like a leather fucking coating on the outside. That's amazing. Yes.
This place? Where am I?
Yeah, this was the game where they kind of like finalized the look of the void. In the first game, like the thing with Dishonored 1 is it is a good game. It's well stylized. But it was definitely like one of those games where it was like Xbox was basically just like, yeah, sure, you could have the money, whatever, fuck off. Break up the cups, we're drinking good tonight, let's go! But where it's like where it's just like Microsoft is just like, yeah, here, have your money, make your game, whatever. Who cares? Nobody's ever heard of you anyway. And then it fucking was a banger, and then Microsoft had to be like, you know what? You want to make a sequel? We'll give you the budget for it. All the budget. You get all the budget you want. All right, where's my twink?
Empress Emily
Hi.
Caldwin.
My glorious
I'm
eldritch
friend of
twink.
her father's from the bad old days. I never expected us to meet. I watched your mother die at the hands of schemers who wanted your little empire. Then you were rescued by a man in a strange mask. I thought that was the end of the excitement.
All right, where's my twink?
From under your feet, you've lost your throne and your father, and I promise Delilah won't just give them back.
My glorious eldritch twink. God damn it.
Your imperial majesty.
Well,
And are you clever enough to do it without spilling?
I always
a
wondered
river
why
of
the
blood?
whales in this part
I asked Corvo those questions 15 years ago. This
were already bloody,
Now it's your turn.
which makes me think that these are like the souls of already dead whales. Nah, give me those fucking powers, dudes.
From the inside.
Yeah, hers burns and Corvo's cold.
Something.
I like that you can still see his eyes like moments
They're true.
before.
Incredible. This is how I'm going to save my father and reclaim the throne.
Oh. Those veins don't look right. Are people injecting, what's it called? Oh, Jesus. Are people injecting,
What is that?
whale oil now?
Feels familiar.
It's a heart. It's the heart. I'm just impressed that the Outsider kept the same heart for over 15 years.
Do you remember? It's been so long. And you've been through so much.
Can you imagine being like losing your mom as a child, and then 15 years later, some eldritch god shows up and is like, here's your mom's heart. Also, now she can talk to you.
Here, in my hand, but
it can power the people. Oh no, Sunstar. All right, Sunstar, go get the whale oil. I'll help you. I'll help you properly apply. And then you made some good games. Now make us a working multiplayer shooter with microtransactions and vampires, because our marketing says everybody wants to kill some vampires after Twilight. And then make it their punishment game. Yeah, totally. Also, welcome in, Atlas.
And my curse. Summon me to your hand, and I will guide you when I can.
Yeah, fucking, what was it? Oh, I can't remember what it was called now. I just remember that it, like, basically launched spontaneously and then absolutely flopped nearly instantly. Also forgot that they changed the icon for ruins in this game. All right.
Who is Delilah really? How could she?
That's the inventor, right? That's the crown killer. That's the Duke. You, I think, are another member of the Brigmore Witches. Yeah. There's also probably some of these levels. Oh shit, a bunch of ruins. Yeah, Redfall. Hi, Danny. I said hi earlier, but I just want to say hi again.
I watched her pull herself up from blood and filth.
To basically give Emily Corvo's powers, only swapping blood flies for rats. True.
Survival and ambition. Art and magic, with a cunning that makes fawning sycophants of those around her.
It's though we're doing New Game Plus. Actually, can I get a mod to make a pinned tweet, not tweet, a pinned message that does say that we're doing like New Game Plus, spoilers are totally fine, help is always welcome, all that jazz.
Much greater prize.
At least name is right, it died bloody and did fall extremely far. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, but there was like 3 ruins there. Did it give me all 3 of those ruins?
Bored with my lessons, I dreamed about.
God, I love these like little motion pages. It's like motion pictures.
I'm realizing that the world is stranger than I ever imagined. Everything I know has been.
The thing is, if you're doing non-lethal as well as like Ghost, I don't remember if you can
when you
even deal with the robots.
At Dunwall Tower.
I don't remember.
Is the southernmost port in the Empire. A fat red ruby.
Sunstar just doing exactly what I said.
Up close, the city smells like the ocean.
Oh no, carry typing exactly what I said.
Up close,
you goofball.
It's a tangled story of blood and ambition. The birthplace of my father.
Yeah, honestly, I think the blood flies in this game are much worse than the rats in the other game, just in terms of like body horror and the shit that they do.
And I need answers. Delilah and the Duke made me look like a murderer, using the crown killer to butcher my political adversaries. They took what was mine, and I'm gonna get it back.
They are worse? Oh yeah, they're way worse. We'll also be seeing them quite a bit now that we're in Strakonos. So we'll get to see like the equivalent of like the Weepers and stuff from the last game. Ah. Travelogue. Oh. Wait, have I never read these before? I don't know if I did. Dishonored. They said the thing! They said the thing! My father's lost, turned to stone by Delilah. The words don't even seem real. Witchcraft, something I never would have believed possible, but now I have to believe in it. So I can believe that it can be undone. Delilah claims to be my aunt, the rightful heir. Truth or lies? All I know is that she used magic to take my throne, aided by the weasel Duke Abel. All right, hold on. We got to do this. Wait, where's all my New Game Plus stuff? When do I get my New Game Plus stuff? I thought it said we were supposed to still have all our bonuses. Give me that one. Okay, the pistol I don't care about. Then as the one still alive that you can... Goodbye, Karnaka. Okay. Crossbow. The crossbow's still going to be useful because we can actually put people to sleep. So I think our best friend is going to be making... I don't like that thing sparking. I'm just making sure some of these steamer trunks don't like open or anything. Oh, that's an ink set. Okay. On your first playthrough? That's what I figured, but like I don't seem to have them. Oh, I do have them. They're fucking 44. 44, my dude. All right. Amazing. All right, we're gonna get a bunch of stuff that's like really useful for... We're also gonna take Blink instead. So now we have both Corvo's and Emily's. Time stops if you aren't moving while aiming Blink. That's actually gonna be pretty useful too. Throw enemies to the ground by attacking just as Blink ends. I don't think I actually want to get that because I think it could flub up some... Oh, wait. Oh, that's right. Not stealthy. Fuck. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Let's see, reflexes. Don't need to worry about that. Don't need shadow kill. We do need this, though. I do want that. Okay. Strength. The thing is, it also doesn't look like there's any shadow walk. Okay, I think we do want this. I think we do want this. I think this is going to be useful. So, yeah. The rat tunnels will be useful because I've never actually done the rat tunnels, but also being able to get rid of people like that. So we still have 6. What do we want? Doppelganger? No. Takes the nap, becomes the most powerful in the land? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised that there aren't any... I think Domino is actually going to be very useful. I think it is. I think it's going to be very, very useful. Oh, whoops. Here we go. Yeah, I think Domino will be useful. Does it have a distance? Actually, it could also just work at like dropping a group, which I do like. And let me see here. Yeah, we don't have any bone dust or anything. Okay. Hold on. Heart is actually going to be 6. 7 is going to be Blink. Far Reach. I think we're just going to keep that as... Then Shadow Rock is 8. Domino is 9. Okay.
Metal and shadows, we'd say. You're up. When you're
I like
ready
that bird.
to talk, I'll tell you what I know.
Okay, first I'm gonna snoop, so if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go steal, like, all your lore and stuff.
The Duke's probably not back from Dunwall yet.
Hmm.
The Howlers will be distracted by some score they're working.
Wait, did that say flatbread? Ain't nothing flat about that bread. It's about as flat as I am.
We've
What
been
the
en route
fuck?
for 2 weeks.
What
I hope
the
Sokolov
fuck?
is all right.
Okay, that's where we came from. The reason I'm snooping is because there actually is, like, stuff to take inside the ship. Nothing crazy, though. Trying to fix the secondary engine. Proving the head gasket sealed with the guano coating is the worst you ever had? Oh, no. Oh, no. Nice. Well, crossbows are good. Rat. Oh, there's a rune out there. Okay, we're gonna go get that in a second. Before we do the briefing. Carrie. Okay, toilet.
Karnaca looks pretty from a distance, but it's a city on the way down.
Blood of the Abel House. Oh no, Abel House.
Are bad this year.
Why is this here? It's Delilah.
Anton started it just before he was taken. They've got history.
I can see why you like her.
Megan Foster. She wasn't always a ship captain. It was years ago. The two were inseparable.
Probably talking about Dowd.
But there was love. Those brief days on the street with her childhood friend.
I fixed it? Wait, what'd you fix?
Time she's known. Megan, she can be trusted to a point. But I cannot see.
Also, there's the rum thing again. There's two of them. She has two of those things of rum. Hold on. Hello? Hello? Oh, great. I have the double jump now. Excuse me. Go be. Thanks. Don't mind if I do. Nice. So agility gave us that double jump, and I didn't realize it at first. Can I get up on these? Nice. Nice. All right. Where's that hatch I just came from? This is very, like, very interestingly... Oh, wait, this isn't the same one. Is it? No, it's not. Yeah. Okay. Reflection on my journey to the Pandician continent. Okay. Hey, sleep bolts. Oh, no, wait, no, those are incendiary bolts. Anywho's-its. Maintenance list. Repair things that get busted in Anton's room when he was taken. It's been weeks now. No, scratch that. Not until I bring him back home as a show of faith that he will be coming back. Unblock the storage door. It looks like something fell on the other side. All right. Oh, I did that. Okay. Oh, and that hatch was open there the whole time. Ooh. Okay, I think we're good. For now.
Always hunger back then, on the streets of Dunwall. Hunger and fear.
All right, Miss Morgan, as you call yourself. All boats are drunk on rum. It's why they sway back and forth like not walking straight, but for a boat. Oh no.
The old man loved Karnaca, but he'd caught wind of a conspiracy tied to the Crown Killer. He wanted to warn Corvo.
Okay.
There are reports about tensions rising, corruption, street violence.
How did I get the appearance of the Crown Killer?
Didn't give it much mind.
It's so funny to me.
Usually the local authorities.
They already know what Corvo looked like back in the days during the plague. So like, they should know that's not Corvo.
Sokolov concluded he might be the head of the conspiracy.
It's like the anime thing when somebody puts on like glasses or something and they're like, "Who are you?"
You know that's
stranger.
Unusual. We were going to set out for Dunwall, but something happened.
The Crown
Fish and chips box? The square one?
The hatch ripped open and
oh, what I wouldn't
screamed.
give to live near a fish and chip
All
shop,
I caught
please.
was a glimpse of someone carrying him across the deck.
I need a
followed
weekend
as long
fish and
as I
chips.
could, toward Addermeyer Institute. It's run by the alchemist Hypatia. Maybe the Duke is using a patient.
Hypatia is the most fucking, also the captions are behind.
All right, I'll get inside.
Fig Wine Rivera. That's another fucking giant tank of booze.
Maybe I can learn something about what happened to Sokolov. Wish me luck.
If you need my luck, Sokolov's as good as dead. When you get done at the Institute, disable the watchtower. Once it's down, I'll bring the boat around.
Salmon and fries are amazing. I want whitefish. I want fried whitefish with beer batter. All right. Now what? Can I go check the bridge? Hello? Hello? There's a whaling ship all the way down here? Oh, there's several whaling ships all the way down here. Oh, I hate that. Hey, yo, Assassin's Creed. Nice. Full Metal Jacket. Sorry. Sorry, that came to mind. Oh, there's another one. Oh, and there's a whale literally right there. Can I?
The jewel of the South.
Okay, I guess Alt isn't zoom in this game. Yeah, there's tab. Damn it. Yeah, I don't think this thing should be sparking like that. I don't think it's a good idea. All right. Kill me. Rats. Where did she go? Do I need to talk to her, or do I need to do the map? What's the deal? Crown Killer strikes again. Dunwall citizens express shock and fear as yet another outspoken critic of Emily Calderon is met with a violent demise. The latest victim is none other than Ichabod Boyle. Ah, one of the Boyles. Notable entrepreneur and supporter of the arts. Boyle recently wrote an opinion piece harshly criticizing the Empress for what he called her slipshod style of governance and her willful neglect of duties. Authorities are convinced the Crown Killer is the culprit, given the gruesome details left in the crime scene.
This Dr. Hypatia. She seems to represent the good that's possible within the Empire.
I like her outfit. How you like Murder Freaks or Conan edition? We're actually doing a non-Murder Freak version, which is weird because I named it freaking Murder Monday. Yeah, it's Murder Monday, except we're not killing anybody. There will be no deaths. Nobody. Is there a bucket on top of the head of this doll? Look. Okay. Oh. Okay. Neat. Seriously, where did she go? Okay, hold on. Where's the objective? Mission. Oh, the skiff. Okay. Oh, there it is. There we go. A deadly vacation and not a single drop of blood will be spilled. I mean, there's probably still going to be blood, honestly.
Where my father grew up.
I mean, we did drop on that one guy earlier and slam his face into the concrete. I'm pretty sure he did in fact bleed. It's like Batman non-lethal, if that makes sense. I would full non-lethal assault myself. There's something incredibly funny about a trained murderer running and someone else screaming, "I'm not going to kill you! Get back here and let me knock your ass out!" No, we're also doing ghosts. So there will probably be a lot of. There's nobody on that boat. Why is that boat moving?
Before his death, the old Duke of Serkono spent decades building up Karnaca. After Duke Luca Bell took over,
they already have like posters up of fucking Delilah.
Orgies and week-long feasts.
Having more fun.
Week-long feasts? How do you keep something like that fucking supplied?
Watch yourself on the way to Admire. The Duke's given the Grand Guard run of the city. Strangers get attacked on sight.
I'll keep my head down.
This is a good spot. Reach Adamire, take out the
Okay.
clown killer, and find out where Sokolov was taken.
Lamau sort of joke I regret immediately. You fucking goofball.
She'll help if she can.
Wait a minute.
Sokolov likes her.
I'll see you later at Adamire. Just wait to bring up the boat until after I've disabled the watchtower.
There is a thing too with this Adamire mission. There's like a unique
Welcome
way.
to Karnaka, stranger. Which ship is that out there? You know the skipper?
Just one. The dreadful whale. No, it's not on the registry. Maybe one of the recent importers from Mordor.
Let's give it a day or two. If she's still there, I can ask a friend who's with the Grand Guard to take a squad on board and conduct a search. Give the crew
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Okay. Did you play the first game's DLC? I played it a long time ago. We actually just played the first game last week. We finished it. We didn't do the DLC this time around, mainly because this is the game I wanted to get to.
Maybe a little more.
It's kind of insane to me that there are whales in the harbor here, and yet there are also the ships hauling the whales in. It's what are these sailors just rushed you for a punch? But no, it was Armstrong. Yeah, it was Armstrong.
I'm not sure it's safe.
All right, let's go find the black market.
Trust my butcher, but how can you be sure there aren't any of those filthy grubs?
I should probably get a haircut.
Hello there.
Howdy.
You're not from here, am I right? Welcome to Karnaka, then.
He has so little to eat, but still he shares with the white-haired widow upstairs.
Aww. Okay, I don't remember if they get pissed if I do this. Okay, we're good. Yeah, it was also the thing with this game. Oh, I see whale oil. The thing with this game too is
It's getting worse.
the maps are much larger, so like you'll see all the symbols. Bone charms, ruins. Why are some of these? Okay, I think the ones that are the outsider symbol means that he's gonna be summoned. Time to make more. God. Ordain!
Fellow Sir Conan, in the
All right, I'll do the squats while these alerts are going.
New restrictions are now in place due to the political assassinations conducted in the name of the former Empress, Emily Caldwin, and carried out by the former Royal Protector, Corvo Attano. The Grand Sir Conan Guard will be stopping and questioning all foreigners and new workers on the streets of Karnaka. Compliance is mandatory.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. All right, let's do this. It's like the redeems anymore? Nah, I'm just mostly poking fun. It's like, ah, darn it, gotta do the squats. I'm sure there's a song that can go with this, but none are coming to mind.
I'm in. Just remember to move slowly and don't get too close to the nests.
We don't even know if the people inside had any money. We just know they're dead, and the place is...
Okay. Blocked.
Come here.
Hello? Oh, I thought I heard somebody's voice.
This is our chance.
Nope. Well, I thought this was gonna be a way in, but I guess not. Aha. Wait, I just realized I don't think I took dark sight. Did I take Dark Sight? Fuck, I didn't take Dark Sight. That's okay. We can still get it. Enemy routes and they're... Oh, yes, give me. Okay. And then real quick, we're gonna reorganize these. This, I think, is actually 6. This can go to 5. Okay. Okay, this is just a throughway. I forgot her dark sight is actually like pulsey, if that makes sense. Ah, there is somebody in there. Okay, hold on. I got shit I want to steal. Ah. Yeah. Okay, I don't think I want to know why this man was making spring racers, but okay. Oh, is it? Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right.
Come in. If you've found this place, I'll trade with you.
Okay. To flee and forget. Ancient Howl Bolt blinds enemies, causes witches to flee. Ooh. Oh, wow. Bullets? Interesting. Fire and Rapid Burst. Magazine size set to 3. Improved accuracy. Insistent Gentleman. Pistol. Feeds ammo and never needs reloading. Semi-automatic firing.
If the Grand Guard
Is this part of New Game Plus? I've never seen these. At least some of these I haven't seen.
Let's see. I have some upgrade plans for your gear.
Okay, so we're still missing the upgrade for that. Improved and stabilized. How much money do I have? I have 1,000. Okay.
I'll take that deal.
Oh, okay. To get these masterwork ones, I have to own all of the others. Pierce multiple enemies? Nah, don't really need that one. Okay. Yeah, and then these just... Interesting. I'm pretty sure the rune's gonna be like 1,000 though, if I remember right. Oh, it's like 400. Give me that shit.
Glad we could do business.
And then sleep darts.
You won't regret it.
Everything else I think is fine. Yeah, we're good with everything else.
Come back soon. I mean, if I'm still here.
All right, works for me. Okay. Okay, this was the one that they were talking about, that they gotta, like, go slow.
This place, Karnaka. It's infested, all right.
Clearing bloodfly nests. You were either brave or desperate to accept the job. We used to smoke flash bloodflies with full crews, but the infestations are bad now, and the Duke canceled the funding, so we got rid of the nest by hand. Gross.
Slowly, stay away from the nests and try to avoid getting filled with bloodfly venom and eggs.
Thing too is I think technically you can go through the whole game Okay, I don't really need that healing potion. I'm not taking damage. I have no plans to take any damage whatsoever. Oh, shit. I'm pretty sure this means it's in the nest. Wait, I think I can do something. Where is... I need... Okay, no, that's not gonna work.
Enjoy the show!
Hello. Shadow Demon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay, hold on. We gotta check something. Where's my... There it is. Go back. Or is it here? Okay, we're still good. Yeah, okay, so blood flies don't count. Okay, I think that's all we needed. So we're just gonna go. Report all theft. Give me those grapes. Okay. Excuse me, pardon me. Anything interesting in here? Carrot. Yeah, we're just gonna yeah. I know you could use the incendiary bolts. They're also fairly noisy. Okay. I'm mostly picking up the books, less to read them, as we've read them quite a bit in the past, and to pick them up for achievements, because you do get achievements for some of these things.
Careful with that sword. The Grand Guard won't like it.
It'll be fine. All right. Okay. I think... Yeah, those are a good distance away.
Everyone.
Oh, player way. Oh, okay, they've got...
For me.
Nope, there's the hostile territory.
I warned you. Please. Give me no choice. Please. It's too late for that, Rapallo. Guess what happens next?
Oh, god damn it.
This is how we get rid of...
Hold on, I would like to go back real quick. Oh no. Oh no, when did I just last save? Okay, right here, thank god.
Everyone is looking for me. It might pay to be discreet.
It's too late for that, Rapallo. Guess what happens
Go to sleep.
next?
Go to sleep. God damn it! I want to save him because apparently you get an achievement for doing that.
Everyone is looking for me. It might pay to be discreet.
I told you what would happen if you reported me. I warned you. Here's no choice.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Okay.
Wonder what I'm dealing with.
Okay. I was hitting him with the headshot.
The Wall of Light, from the time of the rat plague.
I'm pretty sure she said wall, but I heard ball for some reason. Okay. Can actually turn it off with this. We might as well. Okay.
I can smell the stench of the void. There's something perverse in this place.
Who is saying that? Ah.
Dig deep, brother.
An overseer. Good brother Harold, last week when we talked, oh, what a state I was in. It was good of you to take me aside and lend your advice. I've taken it to heart and I know you're correct. Yes, I will need to be purified through ritual. Oh, what a road I have ahead of myself. I know it well, for you may not know, but I endured the ritual once before, but 3 years ago, though I was young and strong, I came within an inch of death. If I may impose upon you once again, would you be so kind as to not mention our conversation to anyone? I will arrange for the ritual, of course, very much, though I confess, ever since our talk, I feel much better. No comparison to that agitated state in which you found me. Thanks. Gimme. Ball to the wall. Yo, put your balls to the wall.
Once, before the dew began.
And so right now, they like the sleep darts don't instantaneously put people to sleep.
Painting the walls red.
Yeah, it takes like a couple seconds for people to fall asleep when you hit them with the sleep dart.
I have to wonder whether you're going to give it that final nudge. Or pull it back from the edge.
Maybe.
We've both seen cities go bad before.
Narrating a video essay
Vermin,
compared
blood, and
to the last game. He's quite a bit more serious.
I hope you're ready.
Okay. Definitely take that.
Move along. We're conducting a search for heretical artifacts.
What? Here? Listen, I only need
This area is restricted on the authority of the Abbey. No one is allowed inside.
What is wrong with this city?
Who's there?
Are you serious? He wasn't even looking at me. Oh, wait a second. How far back is this gonna... Okay, hold on. I'm pretty sure it's saved after... Yeah. This autosave. I wish it would actually go to the newest save when I would do the quick load, but instead, quick load only takes you back to the earliest quick save. Which sometimes can be a little annoying.
Move along. We're conducting a search for heretical artifacts.
What? Here? Listen, I only need
This area is restricted on the authority of the Abbey. No one is allowed.
Yeah, but who
inside.
cares? State religions are stupid.
Huh?
Nap time. Okay. Let's go do... Yeah, I was gonna say, it says there's a bone charm up there. Oh, bone charm right here that I totally didn't notice at all. God damn it. God damn it. All right, what was that one? Killing bloodflies, rats, restores mana. Ooh, might as well. Might as well. Okay. Hmm.
That's the look.
Okay. Ah. Spiritual fortune. Drink a mana elixir restores all mana. Oh shit, give me that. Nice. Okay. Let's do some schmoovin'. This, annoyingly, is the...
Sometimes I wonder if it wouldn't be better to craft the music boxes
all
at
this
each enclave.
A chaos not seen since the time of the Great Burning. Karnaca has but one chance to save itself, and that is to return to the fold, to take solace once again in the litany of the metals used to make the device.
Oh my god, I'm getting sensory over the thing. Even self-care spare.
The wanderer into your home, friend.
Resolute overseers.
Avoid the stranger. Heresy. For their time to sink.
Oh, I thought he sounded angrier this time, while on the first he still seems very curious observer. That could be the case.
Are untethered their family and neighbors for reasons tested and true. It is often because they have
Assemble them in secret
and
and dispatch them across the Empire where they're needed. In the fight against the supernatural.
Is a friend to the outsider. Never doubt that. Stay to the flesh that is the... One way it's Abby.
I apparently could not assassinate him when he's sitting down. I can't like choke him out or anything.
Itself by the void, and all manner of things are destroyed. Set a table for your family that will keep them safe. Lay out a
What's up, Grins? I'm still waiting to just say what you were gonna. Is the food roaming the grounds meant to be hostile roam around so that it's a better weapon than bludgeoning them with screaming the wizard? Oh, I don't bludgeon anybody with screaming wizards. That's just ordained being ordained. Okay.
Should be first and most fiercely.
Oh, shit. Nap time, nap time, nap time, nap time, nap time. Wait, which food is roaming the grounds? Alright, we do have a minute and a half until the ad break, but I think I can get some more shit done. Thing is, though, is I can't get that guy. I mean, hold on. I could do something else that's...
Fires will lift us. Go to Dunwall Tower, and at the end of it all, the Abbey will stand in the ashes. They will rise up among you like a virulent swarm,
We're gonna
devouring
save.
everything wherever they go. A decade and a half old. A tale most often shared.
Now we just wait for him to fall asleep. Oh, he's already asleep.
Apart from the flocks entrusted.
Okay. The snoring. Mal, thank you for the 7 months. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, we got a code here somewhere. Let's actually go look at this guy's desk. That's where I feel like the code's gonna be. There it is. No. Do you know what I do see? Blueprints! Fire hardening treatments. Okay. Maybe it's... Oh, okay. I think I remember the... Hi, Void. I think I remember this puzzle. But it requires this and another thing. But ad break is starting right now, so we're gonna take a brief break, guys, and we'll be back in just a minute. So I will give you all the words on stream. Don't burn anything down. Don't set anything ablaze. And we will be right back to pretending to be a ghost, apparently. I'm gonna go get a couple more bites of brisket. Yeah. Good to see you too, Void. Okie dokie. Oh, damn it, guys. Damn it, you didn't make it. Oh, man. All right. Let me... We'll probably just wait out this next part instead of redoing another round. Which that is totally fine with me. Hi, Gray. How are you doing? Gray Salnum. Salnum. All right. We'll kill the music. And real quick, hold on. What are takedowns, blah, blah, blah. Art, bone charms, chaos rating. Taking lives will cause Emily or Corvo and their allies to grow more cynical. Too many deaths will lead to higher levels of bloodfly infestation and darker final outcome for the story. Yes. Okay. All right. Long time no see. Well, it's good to see you too, Gray. Stalking the guest in pairs nicely with oh yes, it absolutely does pair anything. Listen, if you've had chili oil, you will quickly understand that everything pairs well with chili oil. Everything. Also, hold on. Okay, I can only have one at a time.
This heretic's body is important, even though I don't fully understand the situation. We'll wait for the Vice Overseer.
When should Byrne arrive?
He's engaged currently. He'll send someone else, maybe Overseer Kindana. Until then, we stay where we are.
Will the heretic's corpse attract blood flies, brother?
No, I've dusted it already. We should be fine here for now. But mark me, anyone who shows up here has ill will at heart. There are no coincidences.
I like Domino. Gonna get some sleep. Good night, pray. Sleep. Oh, where fish? Is fish not working? Is fish not working? Hold on. Fish is here. You're right. It's not working. Okay, hold on. I'm pretty sure it's the Twitch API absolutely eating shit. Because the game doesn't think that it's disconnected. Usually it would say like disconnected from Twitch. Okay, let me see real quick. Exclamation fish. Okay, it's working. It's always just been tucked away on the game screen too, the Ordain. It's always just been tucked away. Just for some reason, it wasn't. Oh, that's a corrupted one. I don't want to like make too much noise. What did that say? Armored bone. Less damage. We're not taking any damage. We don't need that. And at some point, selected sayings the overseer. No. There's rats in your office.
Enjoy the show.
Give it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Enjoy the show. Let me see. No, no, no. Oh, the other staircase is here. Let's see. I don't know why. I have a lot of memories of this building from when last time I played this. I'm pretty sure. Just goes. Yeah, those are the ones that he has in front of. So we're missing a puzzle, I think. Set an alarm. Always forget about that too. But that's in a safe. And the thing is it's the pear soda. Okay, hold on. Funny stories from Serkonos. No. There's a letter somewhere. I'm sure of it. Give me that. Uh-oh. My Twitch chat disconnected. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's back. It's not going to be ancient music. That's what the music boxes are for. Thanks for the fig. Damn it. Really? I don't, let me see. Tabitha, following the true complete transcripts of the utterings of sister and Oracle. No, nothing about code. Maybe it's on the lower floors. I'm pretty sure this is the answer to it. This just like tells us the which of these numbers it is out of the ways. Oh my god, Ordain's rolling again. Rolling, rolling, rolling. All right. Guess we're going downstairs. Hello. Is there really nothing on this floor? That's such a weird use of a floor. And there's evidently nobody on this floor. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on. I'm in a quick save, and I don't know if I hit this, if it's gonna get those guys from outside to come in. Oh, we're good. Oh, it was money. Damn it. I thought it was bone charm. I thought it was like whale bone points. Okay, I think I'm just missing something else. We may have to skip. Ah, that's why the second floor is closed. Okay. Holdings closed. Rooftop. Oh, there has to be a code, right? I'm gonna go up, I'm gonna click the save, and I'm gonna see if it, oh, I'm gonna be really upset if it's already unlocked. No, it's not. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Is it? It's not written on something, is it? Time to brute force the combination? That's gonna take way too long. Is On a grenade, not really worth breaking the glass for. Ah, there it is. Restless hands, rampant hunger, wanton flesh. Restless, rampant, wanton. 3, 5, 6. And raw whalebone. Don't mind if I do. Oh, and silver ingots. Nice. Okay, real quick. Let's do some spending. We have 4. Yeah, I want this. Dark side is always like one of the first fucking things I level up because it is way too good. Okay. It still says there's one nearby. One over there, and then it's the 2 beneath me.
And I questioned her sharply until she confessed to playing alone in an empty woodcarver shop at the edge of town.
Oh!
Each day for a week, she crept back to that place.
What?
And there in the cellar, she found cloth of purple.
Did I dodge back? What happened?
Suspended from the walls, and a wretched altar of candles burned low. Some small
And it took damage.
pieces of bone, and a few coins left by those within the outsiders' wicked cabal. Those cursed figures who hunch and shamble just outside the lights of our city.
I think I have an idea.
Whose faces we do not recognize, and whose voices are strange to us. The girl was taken from her home the next night, locked in a cage of iron, and toppled into the canal. Her corruption was eradicated. For the sake
Here? I don't want to protect me! Anyone!
That should be fine. Okay. There's no indicator for my teleport.
What? Somebody's not feeling well.
It's fine. It's fine. All right. We need to check the stats. We're still good. We're still good. We're so good at this game, guys. So good at this game.
What happened here?
Oh! What happened here? Amazing. Okay. Yoink. Doctor's notes. Let the record show that I did try. When Addermeyer closed, I tried my best to take on all their bloodfly cases. Void helped me. I even took out an advertisement in the Karnaca Gazette. And come they did. Sometimes with cases so advanced, the larvae ready to burst through the skin, I had to turn them away lest they contaminate all the other patients and myself. Oh my god, I'd probably be taking a knife to myself if I was at that point.
More Grand Guard soldiers. Best to avoid.
Nope.
Just some little bit of excitement once in a while.
I think we can go through that. Let's see.
Well, never mind. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I think we can go through this building. And I think this hurts me, I'm pretty sure, but we'll see. There it is. I didn't want to climb over it. I wanted to double jump. Stop trying to climb up it, you stupid bitch. Oh my god. All right. I clicked the wrong button. But that's fine. Locked. Oh man.
Somebody's not feeling well.
Somebody's not feeling well? You don't say.
Settle down, stomach. Dinner will be.
You know what? You. Oh!
I'm game if you are.
Okay, hold on. We gotta check now. We gotta check if they... Okay, we're still good.
The carriage rails are electrified.
Okay.
This should take me out to the Institute.
Oh. Hell? Do we want to go get that bone charm?
Wonder who that was.
I kind of want to go get that bone charm.
I don't have time for games. I swear I saw something.
Okay. Okay. We're boat. Oh, their boat. Yeah, their boat. Their boat. Actually, hold on real quick. Yo. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Who saw me?
Adamar Station. This should take
Maybe
me
it was
out to the
him, I
Institute.
guess. I think I was running. I think that's why. Okay. Pretty sure that person that I just saw in there is like the owner, but I'm extremely certain we'll still have to knock him out. Here he is. Sorry, sir. Okay. Yeah, I remember this also being kind of like a hard puzzle. So there's instructions somewhere. But okay, apartment key. Working so late these days, I might as well sleep at Addermeyer. I know it's not good for my health and a doctor should know better. Alexandria, okay. What are my plans for the next few days? You'll do a better job. Okay. All right, I think we need to go upstairs. Buy 2 oil cans, get 1 free. Amazing. I could have swore that there was something relevant up here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's in the apartment? They were just sweeping the floor? I know, but they're gonna tell on me if they see me. All right. Can you imagine, is there such thing as a fucking free oil? Free oil, but you gotta buy 2. Sunstar, you gotta buy 2. I'm gonna make the rules. This is cute. Okay. Nothing that way. Sir Conan Legend, the Moth King. Oh, there he is, way up there.
The good doctor's not here.
Ah, Alexandria Hypatia. Gotcha. Fine. Okay. I think this is also where we can find...
I spend less and less time here at my apartment, but
The
my
Blackflies have flourished with all the Duke's executions.
after the horrible failures of my first serum.
Okay, I think this is also how we get the non-lethal takedown for her, too.
I say how hard the Duke and his cronies drive the
So Conan White is better than Tivian Prisons.
until he sees reason. I'll do what I can to make their lives better.
It's like the scene whenever that henchman checks on the room and like Batman's standing in it. He's like, anything in there? No.
Privileged people in Karnaka, studying the original plague elixirs. I'm close to something.
When I find Hypatia, I'll see what she knows about the Crown Killer.
Okay. Wait, did that say sleep dart? Was this the balcony I was on earlier and I did not even pay nearly enough attention to realize what this was? Okay. You know, I think I'd be pretty okay with an apartment like this. Projective gaze. Yoink. Yoink. Hello? Whale oil. This is a whale oil tank? God damn. Okay, let's go upstairs again. We're still trying to figure out how to open that. Oh, that's not possible. I tried to take care of your plants the best I could. I worry, though. I haven't heard from you in a long time. Are you alright? I'm still holding on to your key. Let me know when you'll need it. Cyril. A lot of leaves on the floor here, bud. I don't know if you're doing such... Yeah, you're not doing such a good job. Yeah. Yeah. Blowgun noise. Okay, that's just the sink. Okay. So there's something we are missing. Okay. Inquisitive intellects, tinkers, and aspiring criminals alike. You can open this Winslow safe. The precious silver inside is yours to take home. 30 minutes, one attempt only. 3 digits. I swear it's something in here. Dunwall during the rat plague or Talos 1 during the events of prey. Ooh. Oh, I don't know if that's even close to a decent trade-off. But hello? Oh, Jesus, how strong is my butt? How did I knock that massive steel door around with just my little butt? Okay. Oh man, I don't remember how we did this last time, but I do remember being confused. I remember the last time we played this on stream, we struggled with this puzzle for a while. Chat, do y'all remember how it works? Made out of paper mache? I don't know. It looks like it's basically on like an engine holder. The closest thing I can compare it to is like something that a mechanic would use to pull like the engine block out. Can I? No, I can't undo that vice. Zombies, blood revolution, or shapeshifting killer aliens and hard vacuum? Tough call. That mentions the combo. I swear there is. I just don't remember where it is. Could it be?
I have to tell myself that fixing all this will bring back prosperity.
There it is. 646. No, wait, give me those. Open that again. Fine, just make it look like a robbery. 646. Just say the second you said that, my brain was like, wait, I don't think I checked the. Totally gonna ignore that handle spinning through the dial. I like this safe though. Agile recovery. Slightly quicker. Not bad, we'll take it. And then we'll just, you know, go ahead and put that back. I like this safe though. This would be a really cool safe. Granted, I don't like how small its base is, because that bitch is gonna tip over and ain't nobody gonna be able to pick it up. Okay. Oh, no, I went the wrong direction. We're gonna go down. We're gonna go back up to Alexandria's apartment. Oh, whoops. Back up to Alexandria's apartment. And then we're gonna go off her balcony to get to the... the carriage. Oh. Oh.
I need to pee.
Okay, hold on. Save first. Okay. I know, there he is. Oh, damn it. Damn it. I didn't realize that there was a second guy here. Okay. Now we'll do another save here. Oh, hi. You know, I don't think I actually need to put this guy down.
Huh.
What? Was somebody beneath me? They just like saw my feet?
Think you're being quiet?
I think I'm still good. Hold on. Just gotta make sure. Oh yeah, we're good. Hell yeah, I'm sneaky. Hell yeah, I'm sneaky. You think I could just drop on top of it and go? Is that a boat? Hold on, what is that a whale? Oh my god, it is. Huh. Oh, I was actually thinking about going down there. I'm kind of glad I didn't. All right, hold on. Stay, I'm pretty sure there's only the one guy. Oh shit, that's a person coming. Hello? Oh. Whew. I was like, where's this person? Hi, Adeptus. How are you doing? You have head pats. Okay. Let's go. A whale in the harbor is not that odd. Well, it's the fact that there's corpses chilling in the harbor. Oh, the piano. More ghosts, thank God. Nice. Y'all can't see it, but look at that graph over there for the fucking stealth and non-lethal. That shit's in the corner. Let's go. Let's go. We're so top right, it hurts. Zombie whale? No zombie whale. I don't think. Although apparently whales are spiritual.
The Addermeyer Institute.
No, this is more like escalator land.
Alexandria Hypatia, chief alchemist. Once it was a solarium for recuperating aristocrats. Now it's
oh wow, there's a watchtower there.
The crown killer's taking lives in my name and has to be stopped. It's my hope that Hypatia can explain. They say she's brilliant and altruistic. Well respected across Serkonos.
Yes. It's very interesting, though, that she has just, like, a small apartment. That is somewhat of an interesting factor. How else do you get dead whales? You hunt at sea back to land? Don't you gotta drag them to the harbor? They have the big ships that we could actually probably see one. There's one in the distance. Over there, that ship is holding a whale up in the air over the top of its deck. Way over there in the distance. Okay, we need that map.
Grand Guard personnel, shift change is at midnight. Miss the boat, and you get another ship without pay.
Okay, hold on. Not exactly sure. I don't think that's the direction I can go. Okay, that's more like it. That's more like it. Oh. Boon Charm. Undertaker, what do you do? Move slightly faster while carrying... Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. Okay. Okie dokies. Oh, okay. Boink. Alright, hold on. We're gonna use... Positive is supposed to fully fill up my mana. I'm calling bunk. Okay. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. God damn it.
Looks like they're doing maintenance on the carriage relay again. Should we trigger that?
Nah. I'm just making sure it's still in order, I guess. Nobody comes around anymore. But you never
Why
know
does it
when the
say?
dude's gonna send someone out here to check on them.
Here it is.
It's odd. And it keeps an eye on Addermeyer.
Okay.
There's definitely something going on here. After last night, I'm sure of that. I saw something. Whatever I saw, it didn't move like a person.
Before I got transferred to Addermeyer, I saw one of the Crown Killer's crime scenes. Whoever tore that old couple apart, they were enjoying it.
So what do you think then?
I don't know.
Oh, I see.
Coming back at dawn, as much as the blood on the windows. I don't know what to think. That's a new bear or ape from Pandysia. Keeps me up at night just thinking about it.
Oh, I fucked that one. I fucked that one, boys. I fucked that one. All right, hold on. Redo it, kids. Well, point and laugh. This is after I grabbed it, right? Okay. It's okay. Don't worry. It's not that far back. Oh, whoops. God damn it. Recharge, damn you. Okay. serious? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, that's not the right save. Yeah, that is not the right save. Hi, Sai. How are you doing? Good night. Good night, Atlas. Thank you for hanging out. All right. I did not expect one of the soldiers to be on this side, considering it didn't seem like there was one on the other side. So we'll go back to that other side.
Looks like they're doing maintenance on the carriage relay again. Should we check it out?
Nah. I'm just making sure it's still in order, I guess. Nobody comes around anymore. But you never know when the Duke's gonna send someone out here to check on things. It's odd, but he keeps an eye on that fire.
Yeah, there's definitely something.
Where did that other guy go? Where is he? Yum. More jelly deals. Can I get a shout out for Sai? T. That's one I want. Okay.
It would only take a few hours for Dr. Hypatia to see that. My 7-year-old broke
Oh.
his leg carrying water down to the miners. And my 3-year-old has been coughing dust for weeks. His skin is so
Oh.
pale. He's gray. I could bring them here.
I'm very sorry, but there's nothing I can do.
Oh, it's that veteran who's holding the ruin.
And the Institute is
Or it's down there next to him? No, I think it's actually a floor below.
do your job without creating problems. 2 months, she says. And
I can't lose another child. Where is Dr. Hypatia?
lock her up until further notice.
What? No! My children need me! Let me go!
Then what?
Why did he get vaporized?
I closed my locker before coming out. What wouldn't I give for a bottle of Paris?
Shit, hold on.
In my jacket pocket.
Shit. No. Oh wait, no, that didn't count. Never mind, we're good. Oh hey, okay. Woo. Okay. Yeah, but usually it's like the wall is supposed to turn off for them is the thing. Okay, we got more sleepy stuff. That's good. Pear. I wish I could drink the pear soda. I really do. Give me your shit. Ruins, corrupted ruin, 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 bone charm. Oh, what the hell? Ah, give me that shit. Okay. So... dare I... Yeah, there's no way to get in through there. wasn't I gonna get the map? Wasn't there a map? Map. Okay, so Dr. Hypatia's is 5 on the 4th floor, left wing. Disease treatment is 6. Okay. I think one of these we find her in, and I don't remember which one. Oh, uh-oh.
Boy, are you dead yet? That's what I...
Okay.
Yes, 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 yes.
What was that?
All right, here we go.
Clearly, Dr. Hypatia's not seeing patients anymore.
Okay, I don't think that. I'm pretty sure I flubbed that one. Hi, Bullets. How are you doing? I don't think we actually even need to go that way. So honestly, fuck it. Oh, actually, I think that way is the way to.
Clearly, Dr. Hypatia's not seeing patients anymore.
Here, boy. Are you dead yet?
Long nap, long nap, long nap, long nap. All right. Journal. Corporal Valdez. 6 months came now to Addermeyer's permanent assignment. I'm not sure if it was a good idea anymore. At first, I enjoyed the isolation because it allowed me to pretend that I left my past behind me. Okay. Just about the disease. What's that? Wait, what are all these? Pistol. Wayne's. I could have swore there was... Here it is. This restricted area. Whale oil. Nothing? Really? Nothing? Oh, I could have swore there was a way to, like, the basement here. Maybe I have to take the elevator? Excuse me, pardon me. I'm surprised that waking up just to get choked out and put back to sleep. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's looking for the one that's under me. So let me see. Let me see if I can do that. We send it up. Oh. No, wait. I remember how this works. What the hell? I remember now. Because there's a wooden floor there, see? So... Okay, hold on a second. Let's do this.
Never mind.
Oh, you're joking.
Someone there?
You didn't see shit. You didn't see shit.
What's that noise? Never mind. Oh well.
Okay. Oh, wow. What are the two of you idiots doing?
Alright, here we go.
Is there, yeah, and if I remember right, open it. Oh! What? Why?
Nothing there.
Okay. Button?
Yes! Yes, yes, yes!
You make sure she stays with you. I think you never leave that alone. Remember that.
Sir, it's just that the other night she went missing, and
Oh.
I still don't see how she got out.
Hmm. Okay. Now for the fun part. Okay.
Look around. He's been choked out. She says. And she...
Whew. Oh, it's all the broken pieces of the thing. Look at the lost and found.
Come out wherever you are!
Word's out. Someone in a mask or something. Well, just wait till they see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only reason to do this is pretty much...
I miss being dry and warm.
Yeah, okay, so there's... Oh. Vera More's belongings. Isn't this 1810? It's like 70 years before. Vera More has finally flown around to the bin. She's been sent to the critical observation area, getting cold showers every 3 hours and the like. Say she might have contracted some nameless disease on an expedition to Pandysia. I'm pretty sure Vera More is, yeah, Granny Rags. Hi, Sokolov. Okay. All right.
Sure there was something going on.
Yeah. All of y'all are always so sure. Okay, that's the flies. Those flies startled me for a second. Oops.
D-E-N-G-H-E-J-K elemental E Q arrest U and V.
Oakley dokley. Okay. So next. Oh, hi. Whew. A little close there. Cutting it real close there. Okay, let's do this. I was gonna say, I don't think I've come across any rewire tools. Okay, there's a person on that end.
This. I'm bored.
Oakley dokley. Two kinds of Anson. Nala gives exceptionally handsome to begin with. I think he's fine. He really kind of pulls off the big hair, big beard combo.
Damn it, I need to pee.
It's on the other side of the wall. And these are up. I don't think this is going to be like a secret door. I'm pretty sure I have to break this door. Take that. Don't mind if I do. Somebody's been fucking about. Oh, god damn it. What the hell? Oh, maybe it's... Okay, I have an idea. Can one of these windows open? Why? Why do you mock me? Guard, I'm bored. Hi, Marin. Stab. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if that's the guy that we just knocked the fuck out. Alright, we're just gonna go up another floor. Because we're currently on, I believe, this is the second floor, so this one should be the third. Okay.
Probably a master key for the lab somewhere.
Office. Last entry of the matron's diary. I've been dismissed. Give me that. Note to the recuperation team. Promises a nice amount of sunlight. Usually returns if needed. We only have so many more tanning boxes. Considering how expensive they are, we won't be getting any more anytime soon. Okay, I do need that. Where is it? That. The black bone charms are really good. Usually.
What should I say when it
Oh, that was weird. Okay. 200 and... What do you mean 206 bone charms? Oh, didn't even need to do that. I was in here. But... Okay. Man. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Maybe we can do it this way. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? I swear the game has a bug where it doesn't, like, show the reticle. Okay. Please don't fail me now, reticle. I kind of need you. It didn't work. It also didn't do the time freeze. Stop. Oh my god, why? Why does it keep doing this? That's busted. Okay, we don't actually need to run. That's fine. Expansive spirit. I'll take that in a heartbeat. Okay. Real quick though, let's sacrifice some of these. There it is. That one for sure. That one. When did I get all these grenade ones? Weird. Very odd. Traits available 124. Jesus. Okay. Lungs, combat, movement, in stealth mode. Yeah. Yeah. Health regenerates while using dark vision? Ooh. Lasts slightly longer. Doesn't feel like 124 traits. I'll catch a grenade for you. All right. Let's do. I think we're actually gonna do this. We're gonna make a 4-piece bone charm that is just move slightly faster. Nice. And then real quick, we'll swap this out. Consume no mana. This one. All right. Now we gotta go back down. Okay. So... Oh my god. I'm scooting. Oh shit! I am glad that there was nobody there. Stop falling! I'm trying to jump and she's just, nah. Nah. We don't need to jump. We don't need to jump where we're going. Okay. Hello? Grapes, please and thank you. Private rooms.
Yes.
Alexandra Hypatia won't be working at her office today. She'll be in the recuperation auditorium. Okay, so she's in recuperation, which is locked. She's not to be disturbed. If anything urgent comes up, I'll leave Dr. Hypatia's key in my office. Another thing, the janitor Hamilton is to remain in disease treatment until I interrogate him to decide on his fate. We've got him locked up in a little plant conservatory there. No one is allowed to speak to him.
There is more here than corruption and pain.
Meow.
Don't despair. There is goodness here too.
Okay, there's the key.
A rubber stamp. I should have taken all my paperwork more seriously.
Pull shades down. Gravity? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I think I'm gonna go to the... We'll go into the private rooms that are right next to us, because I think... I don't know, I'm just guessing. I'm trying to find the non-lethal option for her. But... Okay. Do we actually move faster squatted now? Oh my god, amazing. Okay. Wait, didn't this say it was private rooms left? constantly telling me that there's a ruin because it's that ruin. Okay. Scooting, 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 scooting. I just imagine the, you know the video of that guy who's like doing the duck walk, but he's doing it like really fast? I am going to ignore the ad break this time around because I want to get through this mission. Oh, hey. Gimme. 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 Book, Professor Brockamont's. Yum. Tintin, how are you doing? No ad break means no iPad, I'm sorry. No, I mean, you did lose the last 2 commercial breaks, Sunstar. Y'all did lose the last 2 commercial breaks.
Half understood, poorly remembered. In the years to come, the story of the Crown Killer will be twisted and bent, hammered like soft metal.
Okay.
By some accounts.
Oh, sure, blatant chat, that's true, and also sad. Listen, y'all are the ones who like to play on the iPad. I don't make the rules. Actually, I do in fact make the rules. Never mind, that was poor. That was a dumb saying. That was something that was stupid of me to say. Oh, hi.
Your truth, at least.
Okay. Okay then.
So many places I wanted to visit with you.
Oh, it was that rat running. I was like, why do I hear footsteps? It is though the downside of her like dark vision is not exactly dark. Okay, there he goes. Okay. Our truth? What do you mean, our truth? Because what the outsider said? God, I literally do walk faster, stealth now. Amazing. Can we just do something goofy and just stack that and see how fast we can just haul? Okay. Oh, we gotta go down. Wait, is there something else still in here? No wonder. There's this. I will take that. Warded by His Eminence the Duke of Serkonos. Letter to a journalist. I'm writing back because I'm not permitted to visit you in person, thanks to one of the Duke's new decrees, which now fall in the city as frequently as drops of rain. I'll get the matter at hand. What is the progress with your research of the last strain of the blood fly fever for an improved version of the Addermeyer solution? I'm talking about a remedy that could cure the fever. Available stocks of elixirs are dwindling. People are often to turn their backs to the black market to buy potions. Eagerly awaiting your response from Rin Mancini. Okay. Is that everything? I think it was. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick save, really. Okay. Do we? I think we do. I think we just continue.
I've never seen such a massive infestation.
Okay. Oh. I didn't do that. Also, are these showers manta rays? That's cool. Where can I get the manta ray shower? Jesus. Hit like a fucking truck. Door's blocked. Okay, hold on. Ow! Oh, that's why there's another one up here. Okay, hold on. I want to see. Damn it. Ah, right. This was the way in. This horrifying little thing. I don't know what these fucking pods are. Extracting arm. Oh, exacting aim. Slightly more damage. Not really worth it. Bug infestation faster than fire. True. The thing is, though, is I still feel like I'm missing something. Hold on. We did do that, right? Hold on. Hold on a second. I need to pull up a thing. Let me see. Addermeyer. The non-lethal. I want to double check this. How do we? Because I feel like we don't have it. Because I could have swore it was something like really special. Hamilton. Okay. Run. Okay, here it is. Wait. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I think we're still good. We're actually still good. I'm just gonna go right on past. Don't mind me. Excuse me. Pardon me. I hear scrunchy sounds. We can get that later, I think. Let's go back up here because I don't like those sounds. Hello? Okay, so this is recuperation, but
I've gotten something under my fingernails again. What was I working
this isn't gonna go well.
Are you a patient of mine? I'm sorry. I should know that.
I'm here to ask you about something.
Do you cover your face because you were hurt? The afflictions we treat here are more common than anyone likes to admit.
I'm not here for treatment. I'm
I don't like
looking
this.
for Anton Sokolov.
I don't like this.
Sokolov. Yes, he was here for a short time, but she took him away to see Kirin Jindosh. Do you... Do you hear something?
What about the Crown Killer? The patient of yours?
The Crown Killer. That name came from the newspapers. I'm afraid I don't...
The way she talks, though, it makes me feel like
yes,
she's
the
faking
murders.
it.
I was in Dunwall.
I don't know, it just rubs me the
studying
wrong way.
diseases found among whaling crews.
It's her voice. Oh.
Wait, did someone just call me? I've been forgetting things. The Crown Killer is an interesting case. I feel almost sure I could help with that. It's
What is that? What did you just hand me?
Good work, and
What's
now
that
my
organ for?
memory is failing me. Who is that calling me? Excuse me.
Okay, hold on.
Something is terribly wrong. But I can't put my finger on it.
You did well finding Anton Sokolov, my friend.
That's
the old man is with Kieran
the dude.
who's prying him apart.
Those are feet. Oh.
Adding Sokolov's knowledge to his own. Who knows what wonders of natural philosophy Jindosh will reveal in future
whispering.
days. But it's time for you to
From
come
down
out
in a
once
well.
again. Time to play. We have need for your special talents. The good doctors do for a trip to Dunwall because Ichabod Boyle
Terrible killings.
on the list.
So much blood. So much meat.
Give the newspapers something to write about and give the people of the Empire fodder for their nightmares.
Why are you so damn timid? You little mouse.
Hello?
I would take hold of your tongue and pull
Hold on, I'd like to check these other things first. Hi! Vasco. This is who we need. This is who we need.
Are you all right?
Dr. Hypatia did this. She's the Crown Killer.
Uh-oh.
But she's not herself. She developed a serum trying to help the miners.
Okay.
The first version caused horrible changes to her mind.
Oh, that's what they were talking about, the first serum.
It's too late for me.
Can't have a headache if you don't have a head.
You can
I
still
mean, he's
save
only
her.
a head. Can he still have a headache?
A good person.
What can I do?
In my safe, in disease treatment, you'll figure out how to make the
Okay, so now we gotta go find
counter
disease
serum.
treatment.
Help her. The safe code is 488.
Oh! Sniff, sniff.
I've always wondered what your flesh tastes like, my dear assistant.
Oh! Oh man, where did the thingy at? 488, right?
I'm hungry. They promised me another muscle gardener from the Grand Palace.
She's gone.
I know I'm dying, haunted by a vision. If someone finds this note, please don't blame her. Okay, it's just the code again. Okay, 488.
What happened?
Okay. Okay, she's over there. That's fine. She shouldn't come after us, so we can just go get the non-lethal version. Excuse me. Please don't sting me. Please don't sting me. Okay, yeah, it's down. Get into the... Okay, that's a headache. That's a head thing. Okay, I suspect there's gonna be more people here, because... Oh, yep. Yeah. All right, hold on. Redo that. Redo that. Should have known. Should have known. Okay. Oh! I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that's fine. That's the most un-American thing I've ever heard. We played through this game, though, before Fully Lethal.
Is Hamilton in there? How is he?
He's losing it. Yelling nonsense for hours.
Could you understand any of it?
Something about being attacked by a monster one night. Some beast that wanted to scoop the brains out of his skull.
I see. Keep this to yourself, will you? No need to spread silly rumors.
Of course, ma'am.
Let's find out if I can make him see reason.
Okay. Alright, they're both down. Okay, we're still doing good. Still good. I got anything cool? Oh, hi! I don't know.
Why?
Oh, okay, this is the janitor that was in there. You're not gonna talk to me? Here, let's do the heart.
Drinks to forget his sisters. All three.
Hi, Jaisal. How are you doing? Okay,
They were all he had.
I thought this guy was gonna be, like, useful.
If there's any other secrets, they are hidden from me.
Hmm. Okay. Oh. Yoink. Okay. What was it? 488?
It's inside.
This world is
Hera!
what you need, where
it
the
was already
monsters
selected.
roam
Nice.
and the demons all feed.
Okay, grind all the solid ingredients together, including the aluminum salts. Done. Add some egg whites. I should have some in the kitchen, but I'll have to be discreet. Done. 2 weeks in my safe away from daylight should be enough for the serum base to activate. Have to sprint the tank of blood taken from an infested human corpse. Okay. But welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Do you have a good time? What is
Her
Aska?
assistant's book.
What is Aska? Out of curiosity. Okay, base serum. Infected body in there.
There's a part of Hypatia that she doesn't even know about. It's always there.
Hi, Tallesdorf. How are you doing? Had a great stream? Hell yeah. What is Aska, though? I don't think I know the name. Aska Silly Question. How could you? It looks like a face. The audiograph? Yeah, I agree. It looks like a snail.
Is the one the newspapers are calling the Crown Killer. She leaves and comes back, leaving bloody footprints.
What a banger game. It's such a good game.
A counter serum. I'll try to administer it once I get my notes from the safe in disease treatment. Hello?
We are currently doing a ghost non-lethal run.
I was just... No. It's you.
Yes, Vasco, my love. You're found out, and now we have some experiments to conduct. Come, I'll make you comfortable.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, I was like, why doesn't it let me do anything with this?
Disgusting.
Very disgusting. Yes, please and thank you. Okay. Oh, wait a second. We're not done yet. I should have known. I almost just started looking for where to go find Hypatia again.
Grand Guard personnel, remember, the backstop is restricted to shift changes and watchtower operations.
Okay. Are we just gonna use the same syringe? Every scientist within a 100-mile radius is currently cringing.
For her
All
sake,
right.
I hope this works.
It should be fine. As long as we don't... Also, let's make sure we do a quick save. All right, now we can go back up. And if you're wondering why I'm still sneaking around, it's because we aren't killing anyone, but I'm actually faster. I'm actually faster scooting around like this because of the fucking bone charms I made. Hold on, can I carry another one of these? No, okay. Yeah. Doc, where are you at? Ah, there she is.
You're dead. You're dead, aren't you? Isn't this fun?
Oh my god, work!
No, no, no! Not back to sleep!
Nap time!
I won't go. I won't give it back!
Good morning. Baron biologist, yes.
Dr. Hypatia?
Yes.
Using the same syringe, you totally didn't just have
Something's not
infected
right
blood
with
in.
Maybe I contracted something working with infectious samples.
No. Someone was poisoning you. But you should be better now. I found some alchemical notes and made a counter serum.
Poisoning me?
Don't worry. I'm gonna take care of it. If you need a place to lay low
Being
for a few
poisoned
days,
directly by the
come
Duke of
find us.
Zirconos,
I'm staying with
apparently.
an ally on a boat called the Dreadful Whale.
Okay. So then now we can head out. Yeah, because now we should be able to just... Oh, wait a second. What was that? Oh, right. The other ruin. I'm pretty sure that's actually the floor below this one. Yeah, it is. I don't think... Yeah, there's not a way to it. And is there... Can I open these? Hey!
That's the watchtower.
Hmm. Hold on, wait for that regen. And then I can connect him, and then I can probably just put him to sleep. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Okay. And there's Megan. Huh. Oblivious, aren't you, sir? Anyone else? Actually, does not seem like it. It seems like y'all are not defending this location nearly as much as you should be.
I'll lay low until you're finished.
I am done. Let's go.
Can we leave this place yet? I don't like it. Ready now?
I don't think anybody likes the idea of like a... What do they call it?
Let's get back to the ship.
He sent the drink! No, he fell asleep and fell right off the edge straight onto concrete.
Did you find Sokolov?
Heyo, hi Rhythm.
But Hypatia was the
All
crime
right.
killer.
What? I don't believe you.
The Duke tricked her into injecting herself with a flawed version of her serum.
It made her crazy.
It changed her, but there was an antidote, so she's alive.
I wonder if that flawed serum is going to come back to bite us if we ever get another new Dishonored game.
We gave him to a man named Kieran Jindosh.
Like, little psycho killers would be an interesting little thing to, like, find out that some, like, tyrant of some kind has actually, like, been drugging their soldiers. I can see it happen. All right, there we go. Fantastic. Oh no, we weren't so non-lethal. Wait, who did I kill? Oh, it's this. No! No! My lethality, no! Damn it. Damn it. All right.
In his day, Sokolov was Dunwall's genius. He transformed our city
Dramatically standing at the end of a pier. Listen, I too like to do things on certain Saturday nights.
Racing along above the streets. As I grew up,
these people will literally end up killing themselves with or without my help.
Stories always made me
like the one guy that got fucking vaporized.
Shocked aristocrats and overseers alike. Now, all these years later, Kieran Jindosh is Karnaka's genius. A mad inventor who has given the Duke sinister machines that move like people but aren't.
Do they move like people? Are you sure? They move to my brain like horrendous humanoid dinosaur bird things.
Being held and bring the old man back
I hate them. I hate them completely and utterly.
And cage the other before he creates an army of clockwork soldiers.
It's apparently there's a achievement for this mission where Jindosh isn't even aware that you were in his mansion, and I want to see if we could get that achievement. I wonder how hard that is. I really do. All right. Get up, bitch. All right. Okay. Save. Because we've not done a full save. I'm gonna do two. I'm gonna do two because I gotta. But that is going to be it, guys. That's going to be it for today. I did not go to the gym this morning, so I desperately need to go work out today, and I have very limited time, unfortunately. So we will be back tomorrow, noon CDT. I almost said CST again. And we are going to be hanging out, yapping away. Let me see. What is... Oh my God. Well, we're gonna raid Kira because it's Kira's birthday, but what she's playing is certainly something. I already know what we're gonna do for the raid message, so we're gonna use part of the brulee message. We'll do that. We'll do part of the we demand crime, and then we're gonna cut it. And then do I have like a, let me see, do I have like a stare? Oh, bruh. No, we're gonna do bruh. That's gonna be the raid message, guys. That's gonna be the raid message. If you have my emotes, feel free to use them. If you don't, if you have alternative ones, that would be great. But until next time, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show and hanging out with one of my favorite games of all time. I will see you tomorrow. We're probably going to have a lot of shit to yap about. I can find stuff, but we will see. Till next time, though. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for enjoying the show. Go check out whatever weird dating sim Kira's playing. But until then, have fun. Good night.